infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever!
Yeah! Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power.
Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it! I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime. Oh, baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast. Season 3, episode 4. Mike, what were you going to say, buddy?
I see the resemblance in the sock puppet and Eric.
Yeah, perfect. And every time I watch, I notice it's
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about at all.
I think it's a dirty sock puppet. The one-
It's the eyes.
yeah, there it is. The eyes are identical.
Yep.
Exactly the same. How you guys doing? Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast. Oh man, we got a big show today. We have two special guests who have two special live shows over the next 2 days, or really both are tomorrow technically, but different times. It's going to be crazy. We could probably talk about that a little bit later. We have awesome topics, but before we dive into the topics, let's introduce everyone. Let's start with the host of Indie Mania, Mike Odyssey.
I'm Mike Odyssey. Nice to meet y'all.
There you go. All right. That was pretty quick. I'm not used to Mike having quick intros or outros. So, all right. Then we got Deacon Sandstorm McDowell.
Y'all know what tomorrow is. I can't do the whole thing because I don't want to, get.
I don't know if everyone knows. You're gonna find out before you leave.
What up, everyone?
Oh, that's gonna be great. Everyone's like, "What is it? What are you talking about?" Don't worry about it. We'll talk about it later when he adds out. We have the Spice Lord, Eric Moore.
Yeah.
We have Gamebird Classic.
The one and only, baby. Here to kick some ass and talk video games.
All right. We also have a co-host of Indie Mania tomorrow, Thunderstash Gaming.
Hey, what's up? Happy to be here. Just another wild, busy week. This has been, I don't know, the busiest summer I can think of. We've all been busy, haven't we? Between Switch 2 and just everything else. Life.
Yeah, how's everyone sleeping, by the way? I feel like we need to
barely.
At least I'm not.
I don't know what sleep is.
My average went from 8 hours to cut directly in half. I only
Same
get 4
here.
hours of sleep.
Same, like 4 to 5.
If I'm lucky.
I feel like since Switch 2 came out, I've been waking up feeling like I was in a car accident the previous night. I don't know. That's just, that's like
How much did
I
I
describe it?
It's
like,
crazy.
Like video game drunk. Like, how much did I play? Oh, let me go get some more.
Funny. All right. I'm Nintendo Prime. You guys probably know who I am at this point. If you don't, hey, hi. I make news. I don't really make news, I guess. I should say cover news. My God, I'm not Nintendo, damn it. I make headlines for some channels, just not for the right reasons. All right, let's go around and do a little topic roulette because we got some big topics today. We got a couple topics that you can argue are a little negative, but we'll see how we react to them. Oh, what's that? Another podcast has decided to say there's going to be a direct next month. What? Oh man, we're gonna be talking about that. That's crazy, and I don't even know what the other topic is because it's dealer's choice. So we'll see what happens. All right, let's see. I'll be nice. Eric, you can go first.
Thank you.
That's why
I totally picture Eric slowly slipping Prime a note to the side. Please let me go first. Please.
There's only like one topic I remotely could talk about.
Imagine that. The direct in July, rumored.
Oh,
Ew.
Yeah, man. I wonder if you picked that because I have to open a link and then I just play it and it basically does the topic.
No.
What?
There's a reason why
Guys, we're gonna have like another special guest on the show today.
There's a reason why I'm a sock puppet.
He doesn't even know it. We're gonna have another special guest. The biggest Nintendo YouTuber in the world is guesting. He doesn't even know. We're bringing on a rival podcast. Anyways, cool. So you're doing the direct. I guess we're doing that topic right away, baby. If you guys are here for that, damn. You'll be dipping out in like an hour. Let's go to the Bird Master over there.
Yeah, I'll take a topic called issues with Switch 2 screens.
Oh boy.
There's more to it than that, but
there's quite
in the notes, so there's quite a bit more.
There's quite a bit more. I took good notes on that one.
Yeah, and if you guys like screens, you're gonna love this topic. We all have them.
All right, Stash Man, what do you want?
I'll take dealer's choice.
Ooh, you don't have to tell us what it is. We can
bad to the bone. You could surprise us.
Yeah, again.
He's gonna leave it as a surprise. Yeah, don't even give me time to prep. Okay, that leaves me. That leaves me with probably the topic that I should take because we got some issues with Switch 2 accessories from the premium accessory makers, and I'm sponsored by one of them. There's no conflict of interest at all. I swear. I swear. There's no conflict of interest at all. I swear. No, not at all. Nope. Hi, D-Brand. How you doing? Not just D-Brand. There's other ones. Anyways, we'll talk about that. You guys kind of just saw what the primary issue is with it. All right. Let's go ahead then and get into our first topic, which I guess I have to open a link here. Oh, my God. Eric, what are we talking about, buddy?
We're talking about a rumored direct in July. Beat 'em up's the source on this one.
Yeah, as I said, we have an extra special guest today. Look, Beat 'em ups, massive YouTuber, Nintendo Podcast is what he did this on. So he's getting the spotlight today.
Yep.
Yeah. Huge Game Bird fan too, I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard he's a massive Game Bird fan.
Yeah. Like, I mean, look at the hair. He's trying to be you.
I get that a lot.
I mean, that's a gift.
I think he took my jacket too, to be honest.
And the mustache. You know, he never had a mustache until he saw Game Bird.
Oh yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and see what Beat 'em ups had to say about a Nintendo Direct. We'll just let him talk for himself because he's the source.
There's going to be a Nintendo Direct next month. In July.
How do you know?
I can't tell you. I just said I can't tell you how I know. You know how I know, but I can't tell you how I know.
Okay.
You know that I know that you know.
Right.
Here's what we're going to see. Metaphor.
Oh, hell yeah. That's actually perfect for the system.
I know. Although now I'm worried it's going to be a Game Key cop because the Raidu is Atlas as well.
Well,
everything's a Game Key cop.
But Metaphor is a huge download. And I think it's a $70 game.
Then they should do physical.
They should do physical.
Atlas, if you're listening. This one's obvious for a direct, but we're gonna get GameCube Shadow Drops.
Oh, thank God!
And
I
heard it was Pokemon Coliseum was one.
No. I mean, it's already in that list that they mentioned.
Not Gale SD. That's coming later. They're doing one at a time.
Yeah, it's in that list. It's just not announced when it's coming in. So
this will sit. That's really pretty dope.
This one, I don't know about this one. It's just what I was told. Death Stranding Director's Cut S.
Ooh.
I can see Death Stranding coming to the Switch.
Well, the new game's coming out too soon.
Okay.
This one's also obvious, I feel, but Witcher 3 Nintendo Switch 2 edition.
Oh, there's apparently a double audio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing it.
I'm not either.
It sounds cool.
It sounds like a lot of reverb is how it sounds. Like there's just a lot of
That's
reverb.
weird.
Yeah, because I'm not hearing
There
it
is
at all.
literally no echo on our side.
Yeah, on my end it just sounds like double, like literally two double. Like when you don't think it correctly. Exactly.
Wait, is it just when the YouTube video's
Yeah,
playing?
it's when the videos.
Yeah, it's from the video.
I mean, it's understandable though.
Yeah, it's not a problem. It's not like it's hard to hear.
Well, here we go.
Okay, yeah.
They also
It's a
just
vibe.
added cross save and cross play to Witcher 3.
Did it go away?
No.
That's cool. No.
Oh, did it go away?
No.
It's not playing, so we can't even.
Yeah, I know. Just hold on. Right now, did it go away?
Are they gonna charge $10 for
Now
it?
it's
Oh yeah, it did.
Or,
It did.
like-
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know specifically.
Yeah. So you guys can
I
hear it.
haven't been told specifically.
Yeah, we can hear it.
But
You
they,
can't,
they're
right?
known to
No,
Gone
no,
now.
I guess so.
they give free updates. Even the PS4 got like.
Well,
I think
you
it
guys
was
let
a
me know when I
a
should
free
stop.
Yeah,
PS5
but
update.
the Switch 2 editions are actual like releases that will get like a physical.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't know if they're gonna add anything to it or they're gonna add like motion controls like they did for Cyberpunk, but
That'd be cool.
they already have the engine
You
in
swing your
place.
sword and stuff.
Obviously, the main reason for this direct is to like refresh everybody. I don't know if it's coming before Donkey Kong or after Donkey Kong, but to refresh everybody with like what's coming out for the rest of the year. Included in that is Metroid's release date,
Finally.
Oh, let's
Obviously.
go.
which obviously we need.
Yeah, we need that.
And then, as far as I'm aware, the one more thing is supposed to be just a teaser card.
Animal Crossing.
I heard Isabel's going to show up, and it's going to tease a card Animal Crossing coming out in
You
2026.
got it now.
People are gonna lose their minds.
That's everything.
We're good. That's
Yeah,
it.
we got it. Yep, that's it. That's the last thing that he talks about in the direct. There.
Okay. Eric's probably all confused because he didn't even know what the games were. I did a video on it 4 days ago.
Yeah.
No.
No, yeah, no.
Yeah. No.
Just go to the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit,
Yeah.
and then there's a post that has them all on there.
Yeah.
All right.
It's fine. Otherwise, I can always watch this back.
Sure.
I'm gonna be making clips of it tomorrow anyway. So, woo.
Okay, but it's your topic. That's kind of the point that I was trying to mention. But okay. Anyways, setting that aside, obviously, that is where all the direct stuff comes from. Okay, the direct stuff is big time, just coming from. That is the primary place. Now, there's been some additional stuff. Attack the Backlog has come out now and said that he's also heard from somebody, and he's actually talked to me privately about it. So I know a little bit more than what he gave on Just Restart on his live stream. But I can't tell you really much other than it would be someone that would know that he has talked to. And they didn't just say there'll be one in July. They confirmed they're planning one in September as well, which, I mean, no one's really surprised. They're not going to skip Mario's 40th in September. I mean, like we all know they have one in September usually anyway, and they have an extra special reason to do one in September. So we all know that's coming. Like, that's not even a shocker. But obviously, you know, it's all about getting that one in July instead of June. That's kind of what we're looking at with this. Some people were kind of backing off on it a bit because of Drag X Drive getting the old shadow drop of price and release date. By the way, thank you, Nintendo, $20.
Not bad.
Would have dropped it for $40. I would have been
Yo, that was a smart move. That was a good pull.
That's what I said. It needed to be. Remember?
Yeah,
$20.
I know there's people.
Everyone said I was crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Nintendo.
It's a small game too, so it's not that.
Also,
You need the slow zoom, Stash, when you say that. And I was crazy.
Also, just to point out, this does fit the narrative, by the way, in the opposite direction. When Dub Bowser said there will be variable pricing.
Yeah.
Everyone ran that headline in the negative, like, oh, 80 is not where they're going to stop. It's going to be 90. It's going to be 100. No, they just meant everything's not going to be $80. It's going to be cheaper.
Hey, let's talk about that in a little bit.
Yep.
Okay. We'll save that. So I find that just to be really interesting, but that's not really got anything to do. I don't think any of us feel like Drag X Drive means there's no direct. Like that, it's kind of a smaller game on the side, right?
It is, yeah.
It's more reason for a direct.
Ooh,
Yeah, I agree.
They don't want to
I
show
agree with
Drag
that.
X Drive at a direct. Why would you hype a $20 game at a direct?
Yeah, it's not going to show. If it's a $20 game, then what we saw is probably what it is. It's just a multiplayer 3v3, and that's all you do.
This is a perfect game for the app.
There you go.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a game that probably, they might mention it in the direct, but I think it'd be more like in passing, like a sizzle reel, where they just kind of remind you, hey, this is coming out. Just like they'll probably do a sizzle reel, remind you that the Kirby DLC also comes out, I believe, next month. But that's not something they really need to focus on. You need to focus more on the third parties, because there's a lot of them announced that don't have any dates, probably new announcements as well. And then obviously Nintendo's own games. They have like 8 total announced. 2 have released. 1 we have a release date for. Bonanza we do, so that means there's like 4 or 5 other games we don't have dates for. Now the 2026 ones I don't think we're going to get dates for yet, which right now for sure the only 2026 one that we know for sure is Dust Bloods. Could also be Age of Imprisonment, because that's winter, so that could fall into the January slate possibly.
Sure.
Could also be December, but could be January. But it doesn't mean we couldn't get a date for that. So anyways, obviously, we've been talking about directs. We thought, maybe there were some light rumors about possibly one happening in June that came from PH Brazil. He retired before that rumor even had a chance to bear any fruit. And I think it's because he kind of saw the writing of the tea leaves. He just doesn't like the attention, negative or positive anymore, which is fine. He wants to make opinion content. So as I said at the time, we're not going to cover PH Brazil anymore, because he literally said he's done being an insider. So, okay, cool. The weird thing here is Beat 'em Ups is not an insider.
Yep.
He's actually never leaked anything. Like, this is the first time ever. And the reason that people are paying attention is because he doesn't need it for clout.
Nope.
He's literally the biggest Nintendo only, specific here, Nintendo only. I know people say Scott the Wise. He does more than Nintendo only YouTuber. Like, he's the biggest. There's a reason that when he said he's no longer working with Nintendo some years ago, he got 3 million views on that, because that was a big deal. This really massive 1 million+ subscriber YouTube channel suddenly doesn't work with Nintendo anymore. What's the problem? Problem was that he was playing modded Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild or whatever it is. Nintendo doesn't like that. They didn't block his videos. They didn't go after him like they did a certain other really big YouTuber. But they ended their partnership with him. So it's really interesting. And by the way, he had Kit and Krista come on their show, because they were working at Nintendo still at that time when it happened, and they confirmed that's literally why Nintendo didn't want to associate with someone modding games.
I remember that. Yeah. So
it is what it is. So I find this really interesting because, we did predictions heading into June just in case it happened. Now we're at the end of June. Obviously, there's clearly no direct this month. It would have been announced, if anything, for tomorrow if there was going to be one this week. It's not. So before we talk about like any expectations for this, especially now that, hey, since the last time we talked about it, Splatoon Raiders was announced. Like, that wasn't announced last time we talked about a direct.
Yeah.
So, and traditionally that would be an announcement you expect in a direct,
Right.
but we didn't get it in a direct. We got it technically on Nintendo today, then 15 minutes later on all their other socials, which, by the way, I like that, Nintendo. I see what you're doing. You're not using Nintendo Today exclusively. You're just saying, hey, if you want to be first, you'll get to know about 10 minutes before everybody else. Cool. Which, by the way, Nintendo Today is terrible about sending me notifications on things that matter. So,
Yeah.
I think I saw it on Twitter first, but whatever. So first off, do we think a direct is happening in July? I know we thought so, maybe go ahead into June, because they usually do it in June. And I think the same reasons that we thought there might be one in June are kind of the same reasons we think there might be one in July. What do you guys think? Do you think let's start with our guests. Let's go to like Sandstorm. Do you think we're getting one in July, or are we just going to wait all the way till September?
Nah, man, we're definitely getting one in July. We didn't get one in June, and I think this is starting to be a trend. Like, I feel like, some years back, we usually got, like everybody else, for, showcase season is what we call it for June because it's no longer E3, and yeah, you get the picture. But I always assumed that they would wait for everybody to go, and then Nintendo would finally go last at some point and show off what they had to show off. And these last few years, they've just been like, nah, we'll just go when we feel like it. And I think that's good because you see how like people are frothing at the mouth every time like even a hint of a Nintendo Direct comes, and it's like, oh, it's coming this week. No, it's not coming this week. Oh, it's coming this week. It's not coming this week. Ah, what are they going to show us? Nintendo's dying in the water because they're not showing us anything. So I definitely think that July is probably the perfect time for them. And also, too, because we don't really have a lot of information going into the fall and into the winter. And July is like inching closer to that time. So I definitely think that they have something up their sleeve for July. And I think it's going to be a bigger one. Obviously, not equivalent to the Switch 2 reveal and all that stuff. Not that big, but it's going to be a pretty significant one. I think you're going to get plenty of indies as well as third parties. And then you're going to get they like to sprinkle in the shadow drop and first party titles in between those two things. So yeah, I think you're going to get a little bit of everything.
What are you thinking, Mike?
I agree. I think that the main reason for this direct is to they're gonna give it a little more time to Metroid Prime 4, which needs to get more screen time. The release date, I think that's gonna be the game that's gonna kind of have the longest time in the direct. The other reason is third party support. I'm still waiting for Microsoft to show up with that Call of Duty or whatever they want to bring over to Nintendo Switch too. I thought that they were going to be at launch since they painted themselves as, oh, we're Nintendo's best friend, But so far, everyone else has stepped up, but Microsoft, and they're like, oh yeah, everything is an Xbox now. So, I mean, they're being weird with that. But I think the July direct, the September direct will be bigger than this one though. I think this is just kind of like to add more to what they couldn't show during the Nintendo Switch 2 launch time, and then this one is to present more third parties, finish up what they've announced already. Metroid Prime 4, the Splatoon Renegade, is it?
Raiders.
So yeah, I think that's a this year release. They haven't said anything about next year, right? With Splatoon.
Not that I'm aware of.
Because I think that's going to be the holiday game. Splatoon Raiders. I think Mario is for next year. They might bring on Mario in September, but then release it next year because this year is way too packed with. It already has like a lot of good games. For example, Donkey Kong is like the biggest Donkey Kong ever, the best one I've seen so far, and I think that game is going to be like the main big game of the year. And so then the July direct will get a lot of third party support, like Samsung said, a lot of indie developers. Shadow that Hollow Knight Silk Song thing might show up, and finally get a release date just because it's coming out this year, right? It's coming out this year, and so far the only times we've seen Hollow Knight show up is in a direct. Like the last direct, we saw that little clip during that little montage they showed, right? They showed Hollow Knight Silk Song 2025, and so I think they're just kind of, best friends with Nintendo. And so this time around, they'll release the Hollow Knight Silk Song release date finally for that one. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a good direct. I don't think it's gonna be the biggest one. I think the biggest one's gonna be July because July's gonna paint the picture for 2026, which I believe is gonna be the biggest.
You mean September, right?
Yeah, September. July's not gonna be the biggest one. September's gonna be the biggest one, I think, because it's gonna paint the picture for next year. What's happening next year in January, February, March, April, May. Big Mario game, big Animal Crossing. That's gonna be huge. I think if we do get that little hint of Animal Crossing in this direct, then we might see more in September in a bigger scope, and then maybe a release date. If we do get that big Mario game, the Mario game announcement in September, that's gonna make it even bigger for 2026. So maybe even the Zelda teaser too around there. So I know we have the age of imprisonment.
Yep.
I think my assistant is chattering over there because I said age of imprisonment. It's giving me all the information. But yeah, I agree with Samstorm. I believe this one is geared towards finishing unfinished business for 2025 and third party games that have still yet to been announced, and then the September one will be the big one for 2026, and the beginning of the Mario celebration.
Nice. Well, Eric, it's your topic. What are your thoughts on all this?
Yeah, it feels like this Nintendo so far with the Switch 2 and everything has been just kind of holding on to their information for as long as like possible. So it makes sense that it feels like, July would be a decent time for, a direct because, everybody's expecting it in June. So we're just going to hold on to this information for as long as possible. So I'm actually going to guess that the direct here is probably going to be the week after Donkey Kong. So right around the 23rd, which would be great if it was the 23rd, because that's, a Wednesday and podcast Wednesday. But yeah, it's we need some sort of information. I know I've seen rumors out there that people are saying, Nintendo's done with directs now because they got the app and that's how they're gonna, show things and announce things now. And it's like, man, I don't see that being the case. You never know with Nintendo. Nintendo just does kind of what Nintendo does, and it's sometimes way out of left field and you don't see things coming. So yeah, I think it's that there's going to be a direct here coming soon because we got to see something. We got to know something. So yeah.
Cool. I'll go next year quick and just kind of get my quick thoughts out of the way on this. The thing is, we have Pokemon Presents, right? Is that July 22nd, I believe? Okay. So I bring that up because one, we'll already get to talk about the Pokemon Presents that week. That'll be great. Let's go. Yeah, we have to might have to reach out to some Pokemon YouTubers, see if I can get them to come on that week. That being said, I assume Legends EA is getting blown out, and that's going to be wonderful. And who knows what else they announce. But what's very interesting is people have tried to use there's a Pokemon Presents next month, so that we can't have a direct. And if you actually look at the history of Pokemon Presents, there's almost always a direct the same month, usually within a week before or after. So the Pokemon Presents is actually kind of evidence that there would be a direct. Now, why the Pokemon Company announces so early, I have no idea. But I appreciate it. I wish Nintendo would do that. It would be much appreciated, Nintendo, if we got more than 24 hours notice, 2 days notice if it's a game direct. It would be nice to know a little bit sooner than that. But Nintendo, they're kind of like, why fix what ain't broke, right? It keeps working, so who cares? And Nintendo, I think you can get even more viewers if you gave us more heads up, give fans heads up. That said, yeah, I think once. Look, just like I thought going into June, the same reasons I thought we could have one in June are the same reasons I think we can have one in July. Now, I will say this. If we don't get one in July, I don't think there's one till September then. I don't think they're going to sneak one in August. Now, I do think it'll probably be very early in September in that case because, we'll have nothing with release dates because Kirby will come out. So we'll have Dragon Drive, right? So after those come out, there's nothing else with release dates. So yeah, it had to be early in September because we need to know what the September game is and stuff like that. Now, as for why I think it'll be now is because I don't think we're going to go into September not knowing. Now, again, they could do what they did this month. Like this month, they dropped the date for Dragon Drive. They could drop a date, for the September game next month. They definitely could do that or drop it in August or whatever. But obviously, fans are getting a little frustrated just knowing one game at a time. And the reason is because not everyone's excited for those one games. Like Dragon Drive gets dropped, but not everyone's excited for that. So everyone's like, okay, if I'm not excited for Bonanza and I'm not excited for Dragon Drive, when are the dates on the games I'm actually looking forward to? And that's what the directs are nice for, is getting that information for all of those games. Because what people don't realize is I've seen some comments on this online where people are, well, hey, you just always want what's next and you always just want what's new. You can't appreciate what we have right now. Well, some people don't like what we have right now. Like, that's what you have to understand is like Nintendo's got a very large audience. 150 million people bought a Switch. Not all of them. Like, yeah, everyone bought Mario Kart. No, actually, only about 70 million of that audience did. That means 80 million people bought a Switch and did not buy Mario Kart. Yeah, see? So, like, that's more than 50% of the audience that didn't. So not everyone is interested in that. Maybe they still got it day one for backwards compatibility and stuff because they wanted to play their Switch 1 games better. But maybe they don't care about Mario Kart, right? And if Bonanza's not your cup of tea, you might be sitting here waiting for that game that speaks to you. Now, maybe the game that speaks to you is Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. Cool. Well, we don't have a date for that. Maybe you love the Age of Imprisonment and don't have a date for that. Maybe you bought it because of Dust Bloods. Obviously, that's in 2026. We don't have a date for that. So there could be all these different games that maybe you're already excited for that they announced on April 2nd. We just don't know. Maybe it's the third-party games even. Maybe you're like, oh, man, finally, we're going to get Call of Duty because of the 10-year contract. Still not announced. Borderlands 4 is coming. Oh, but it's not day one. Well, then when the fuck is it? They're still saying it's 2025. When is it? We don't have a date. There's Silk Song. I don't think you bought a Switch 2 for Silk Song, but Silk Song's coming. We don't have a date for that. We know it's coming before the Xbox handheld drops because the PR person came out and said, oh, no, we're not like launching with that. We're going to be launched before then. So like anyone could say, oh, if it's a PC, it's going to be on here when we launch later this year. Well, no shit. Microsoft probably knows the exact release date, but they're not going to tell anyone because it's up to Team Cherry to announce. Yeah, I think Team Cherry probably has a Switch 2 dev kit. I only say this because the only playable demo of this thing ever was at E3 in Nintendo's booth. Team Cherry was there with a playable demo of Silk Song. So if any dev team was trusted with a dev kit indie-wise, they were probably one of them. They're a team of just 3. Very easy to keep it under wraps when it's just 3 people. So, yeah, and that game's coming this year. They've said many times it's coming this year and it's coming before this winter. Okay, cool. So at some point, probably this summer, that could be in the direct, right? The biggest thing is just we need release dates. I kind of agree with Mike that the bigger direct for most people will be September. Like if you're looking for new announcements, like new Nintendo announcements, September's direct is going to be the one. You're going to get your 3D Mario probably shown off and teased. You might even get the first trailer for the Mario movie. Could be in that one. You might get some other Mario Celebration things and stuff going on there, but they're not. It might, if it's not a Mario only direct, then there's going to be other stuff too. They could end up. Maybe you think that Ocarina of Time remake that is rumored to be out there. Maybe you think that's happening next year. Maybe they tease that, right? That would get people hyped as hell, even if there was nothing this year they wanted to buy. Maybe they give us another trailer for Dust Bloods and give us like a season that's coming out in next year. Maybe there's more third parties coming. Maybe there's a new Monster Hunter coming that's going to be timed exclusive on Switch 2. Like that was a huge thing. There's the big thing that the big thing that everyone's talking about from beat 'em ups, Animal Crossing supposedly being that one more thing. Maybe that's not shown now. Maybe that's shown in September, right?
Yeah.
But maybe it is shown now because I do think if you're going to do a general direct, you have to have the one big surprise. You have to have the one big new announcement. So maybe it is Animal Crossing. It's the one big new announcement. And I don't like the idea of it being a teaser card. No one likes the teaser card announcement. That's what we got with Metroid Prime 4 in 2017. No, it took us how long? What year is it that game's coming out? Nobody likes teaser cards because it kind of just feels like it doesn't exist. And I swear, there's a rumor out there right now. This just happened during the show. Kiwi Talks, for those who don't know, the guy, he does interviews with all these game developers, including Nintendo people, and he's got all these connections. He came out and said that Nintendo used Kirby Air Riders as a negotiation tactic to get Sakurai to work on the next Smash, because Sakurai indicated to Nintendo that he doesn't want to just make Smash Bros all the time, because that's all he's been doing since 2012. There's nothing but Smash.
Yeah, I feel like you said that a couple times.
Yeah, and he said that a few times in his videos as well, when he was doing his video series, that like he loves making the series and he doesn't think it can exist without him. Like, I want to do something else. I don't want to stop, but I want to not just do that. So the biggest thing there is that Kirby Air Riders basically came back because Nintendo wanted to give Sakurai something to work on that wasn't Smash. But the big thing coming out of that is that supposedly, this is all just breaking news, I'm finding out about this right now, I'll probably cover it tomorrow in more detail. But Sakurai was burnt out after doing nothing but Smash since 2012. So the guarantee that he would just say yes to Smash 6, they offered him, some sort of Kirby project, and he decided to make it Air Riders. But he said and he says this like this is not speculation. He is saying straight up, this is just Kiwi Talk saying this. This is not speculation. Smash Bros hasn't even entered pre-production yet.
Oh, yeah.
He said this isn't even speculation. I know. He said it is possible that Bandai Namco maybe has a couple concepts floating around, but nothing's actually officially begun. It's going to officially begin basically this year at some point. Pre-production is going to begin after Kirby Air Riders comes out. So it could even be the same team that did Kirby Air Riders. Might be the Smash team. I don't know. So, yeah, and he's saying that to him, this isn't speculation. He just straight up knows it hasn't began development yet. But here's the thing. It obviously is going to happen, right? We're going to get a Smash, which one thing that should let you know Smash is probably going to be like a mid-gen game.
Yep.
And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. There's nothing wrong with a mid-gen game.
I think that's great.
Yeah. You know what was a mid-gen game? Animal Crossing New Horizons.
Mm-hmm.
You could sell a lot of copies being a mid-gen game and still have years of DLC. So I actually don't think it's a bad thing to have it be a mid-gen game, especially if Animal Crossing and the stuff they beat them up said is next year. Yeah, okay. You're going to want to space things out. You got Mario Kart and Animal Crossing early, Smash and Zelda mid-gen makes sense to me. So yeah, you're going to space things out. So I'm okay with that. But the crazy part to me is the last time that Smash was going to be a mid-gen game. You guys remember when they announced it for Wii U and 3DS?
Yeah.
Sakurai said he didn't even know that he was making the game when they announced it. So you want to talk about not even pre-production? He wasn't even hired yet.
Wow.
To make it. And Nintendo announced they were making a Smash Bros. Game for Wii U and 3DS, and Sakurai didn't even know. So, at least at this point, if it was a negotiation tactic and Nintendo wants to tease Smash, at least Sakurai knows he's making it. I'm not saying, by the way, they're going to do that, but they kind of did it with Metroid in 2017. Do I think Nintendo might do it again with a game that will definitely not take 8 years to come out? Maybe. But I'm just pointing out for anyone expecting Smash, at least according to this one person, and he's got a pretty good track record, don't expect Smash anytime soon. The only reason that I think it might even get mentioned ever is just so people know it's coming. But they would allow Sakurai probably to say something about it around the time Kirby Air Riders comes out, like in an interview, or he'd come on screen and say, hey, now that we're wrapping up Kirby Air Riders, we're just beginning work on Super Smash Bros. We hope that we're going to need time to make this game. You're not going to see me for a while, yada, yada. And then people will just know that, hey, we're confident. We trust you. All right, well, we can wait. That I could see happening. They usually let Sakurai talk like that and Aonuma for the Zelda team. Those are like the two guys that kind of just let them kind of talk like that and do your thing. Because Zelda games also tend to get announced like super early before they come out. The big 3D ones, I should say, not the smaller top-down ones. So, and no, I don't expect the new 3D Zelda anymore this year. I know, guys. I last year I'm like, we're gonna see it this year. I don't think we're gonna see it this year. But I do think there's an outside shot at teasing some sort of Zelda for next year. That said, yeah, my general thoughts are that I think this is mostly going to be a cleanup direct, give us release dates for everything that's already announced. One big announcement for Nintendo. I don't expect a lot of indie games, and that's just because indie devs have come out and just said literally we don't have dev kits. So like
they're all in Indie Mania, so it's just
they're all in Indie Mania. We're about to get a bunch of Switch 2 announcements in Indie Mania. That's what's happening. So no, I don't expect there to be a bunch of indies. The only ones that have already been announced and or something like Silk Song, which hasn't yet. Maybe that can have a release date drop in this direct. I know we say that every damn event, whether it's Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo. Oh, this will be the time Silk Song. Silk Song was in the Microsoft one.
Yeah, right.
It was there.
Yeah.
It was there for dude. They used it to announce new hardware. That is insane. Hey, well, we got this partnership for this handheld PC, and we're showing off a game that can run on a Wii. Okay, maybe a Wii's being it's a Metroidvania. It's a good game. I played it. It's awesome. But no, I think it's also going to be a cleanup, and then I do think that it'll be heavy on AAA third party new announcements. I think that's the big the big thing this time. Nintendo will have their one big, and then they'll re-show a bunch of their stuff and give dates. But lots of big third-party stuff. I wouldn't be surprised. Let me see. If it's in July, there's a small mention of Madden. Comes out in August. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets shown again. Call of Duty being announced. Wouldn't be surprised if they make a big deal out of that. They may even kick off the show with it. And so, yeah, I expect there to be, Microsoft. I kind of expect to see a heavy dose of like 4 or 5 Microsoft games.
Yeah.
In this one, and a bigger dose of first party in September, especially because of Mario. But that's what I expect. I don't know what the fuck's going to happen. There might not be a direct at all. I don't have any sources on any of this. This is me being like, well, Beat 'em Up said, and he's never said this before. And I know that he was like backing off a little bit after because he's getting a lot of attention for it. But the games, he just said, this is what I've been told and what I've heard, but I'm not confident on the game list. Probably Metaphor Refantasio. That'd be a great announcement. Oh, that'd be great. I wish he was about to say Expedition 33. I would have. Jake Randall probably would have been screaming so loud we'd hear him on the show right now. But it's one of those things where I'm really, he seemed very confident at the beginning saying there will be a direct in July. And that's why it's like, okay, that much. And he literally, his guest he had on, he's like, how I know, but I can't tell anyone. So that seems like something he's very sure about. So we'll see what happens. Yeah. Let's go to Gamebird. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, I've been in full belief for a long time that we're going to be getting a direct relatively soon, whether it was the end of June or sometime in July. I just think it makes a lot of sense. I know July isn't normal direct season for Nintendo typically, but this is also not a normal year for Nintendo. They just dropped their new console. Some things are going to be changing. I do agree with Mike and you, Prime. I do think that we'll still be getting the big September direct like we usually get. That has some of the biggest announcements, going forward. Possibly the next Mario. I think what's really interesting, at least regarding the beat 'em ups, rumor or leak or whatever you want to call it, is Animal Crossing. Because if that's indeed the one more thing, I've been of the mindset, and I think I've mentioned this on a couple of our speculation casts, that I think Smash Brothers is sooner than a lot of us think. And I would not be surprised if talks already started a while ago. Whether or not it's deep into production, I feel like at the very least talks have been started. And I think if we see Animal Crossing this year, whether it's July or September, I think 100% we're going to at least see an announcement for the next Smash by the end of next year. I don't see any other possibility. I think they've knocked out Mario Kart at the launch. They're going to Animal Crossing, and what's that third pillar of like massive Nintendo IP? That's Mario. Smash Brothers, and it might be 2027, maybe a little bit later. I think they can announce a Smash a year to 2 years early and build up the hype. They can start with some of those character teases as we're getting little bits of development, but that's exciting stuff to me. Now, regarding the July Direct, obviously we have games that we know are coming this year that we need release dates for. Kirby Air Riders, that's obviously one of them. Metroid Prime 4, that's obviously one of them. I think there's an opportunity, and I'm sure Stash will agree with this one. I think there's a golden opportunity to make that Metroid Prime 2 and 3 announcement, a remaster with the mouse controls. This will be a golden opportunity. Prime, you kind of took the words out of my mouth. I think this is going to be big for third party. We obviously have some third party games that have already been announced for Switch 2. We need dates for those, but this is also an opportunity to announce third party games that are already out on other platforms. That way they're not playing catch up with third party next year, and we're getting closer to those day and date third party releases with new third party AAA games that are coming out in the future. So I think this is a good opportunity to kind of finish up playing catch up and get your metaphors and hopefully games like Persona 4 the remake that was just announced, and some of the Microsoft stuff, and maybe the Red Dead stuff, and all those big cool third-party games, like even The Witcher 3 Switch 2 edition rumor. So I think that will be a big part of it. We also have games that I don't think they need to save. These are probably games a lot of people have forgotten about, but they're ones that I've been anxiously awaiting. There's Deca Police, a brand new, really cool looking RPG from Level 5, and Professor Layton, guys. This is one that was announced a long ass time ago, and we haven't heard anything on it. Silksong, that's another one. I've been fully expecting Silksong to get its release date announcement in a Nintendo Direct outside of Microsoft. It wasn't surprising to see Silksong at Microsoft's conference, but I just feel like when it comes to indie games, the Switch 2 is kind of the perfect home for indies. It's, it's your hybrid console. It's at home and on the go. I feel like they probably have the strongest audience of indie consumers on Nintendo platforms. Why are you throwing gang signs at me, man? What's going on?
It's a 1 and a 2.
Yes. 12.
What game with a 12 in it do we desperately need to see that's already been announced?
Dragon Quest.
Boom.
That's right. That's
And
right. Dragon
their
Quest.
audience is huge in Japan. They're the number one selling system yet again. Do we see Dragon Quest 12? Woo! That'd be nice.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I don't know that we will get the release date for Splatoon Raiders, but I guarantee you in a July Direct, if it's happening, we will see Splatoon Raiders and at least get a release window. That still could be this year. I mean, that could be the December game. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the big holiday. I still think there's a big holiday game. And I think Nintendo's in a place where there's so much hype and so much excitement, depending on what sort of bombshell they're going to drop on us for this holiday. I think they, even if they hold it off till September, I think Nintendo could get away with it. We were talking a moment ago about them using the Nintendo Today app and, fears of our, people worried that our directs going away. I don't think there's any chance in hell that directs are going away. They're really popular. Some of the most recent ones have been the most viewed we've ever had. I'm looking at you, Nintendo Switch 2 Direct. But additionally, Nintendo, they're a wild card with a lot of stuff. They're unpredictable. For all we know, they'll have another big Twitter drop or Nintendo Today drop that we never heard of, that they keep outside of the July or September Direct, where it's like, holy shit, where did that come from? So they're crazy, man. They have a weird way of doing things that's not traditional. And I think we're going to be in for a lot of surprises this year. But I certainly hope at the very least we get those crucial release dates that we really need in a July Direct. And they kind of tie the knot on those third-party games that we already know are coming, as well as including the ones that we're all speculating will make their way over. Leaving room for the future and all new goodness going forward.
Yeah. To add to that, in 2024, in June, the Direct for there, they announced Echoes of Wisdom, and Echoes of Wisdom released just a couple months later in September.
They did it with Paper Mario and the Origami King.
Yeah,
that was a Twitter announcement.
Mario
and
and
it came
Luigi
out like
Brothership.
2 or 3 months later.
Yeah.
So there's precedent for that. I would not hold it past them. Kirby Air Riders could be that for all we know.
Yeah.
I don't think it will be because it does have Sakurai attached to it, but I wouldn't be shocked if they just dropped a 5-minute trailer for the game that's a deep dive with the release date on Nintendo Today.
Especially because we don't really know anything about the game other than it exists.
Exactly.
CGI reveal. I'm like, okay. And that's it? Okay. When that CGI reveal happened, I was like, oh, so this is like a 2026, 2027. Oh, it's this year. Why the CGI reveal?
Right.
And I don't want to be over what do you call it? Hopium, they call it now, like the Hopium stuff. But honestly, man, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a July Direct, we got a September Direct, and then we got another, whatever gets announced in that time, we get another dedicated game Direct this year. Because it seems like those dedicated Directs are really working for Nintendo. They've leaned hard into it this year already with Mario Kart and Donkey Kong. Look at what it's done for Donkey Kong, dude.
Yeah.
Even someone like me, Stash got to play it, and I completely trust Stash's opinion. Great taste in games. You know, he's an honest dude. So when he told me the game was fantastic and a ton of fun, I wholeheartedly believed him. But again, sometimes seeing with your own eyes is believing. And when Nintendo dropped that DK Direct, even Nintendo haters were like, "Okay, that was a good Direct. This looks amazing."
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see another one of those land in the year, even if it's Kirby Air Riders or Splatoon Raiders just standalone Direct.
We can't forget about Switch One because we still have games coming up for Switch One. We have a couple that were announced, and I don't think Nintendo's done at all with Nintendo Switch One until at least, like I said, 2026. Well, into 2026, we'll still get Nintendo Switch One games, and I think there's still games that are coming on Switch One that they haven't announced yet. I'm gonna throw it out there. Wind Waker, Twilight Princess. Like it's tradition. We can't do that. It's like the rabbit, like the rabbit foot. If we don't say it, the world might end.
We need a second screen attachment before that happens. Mike, I'm telling you.
I am still in belief that it's going to happen between the Switch 2 and the Switch.
Yeah.
I've got one last thing I want to add. I'm going to make one game prediction for July if we get the July Direct. This is one that I predicted from Nintendo, going into the Summer Games Fest because we speculated that Nintendo would have a presence there. It didn't turn out to be so, but I specifically said, I think we're going to see the next Suda51 Grasshopper Studios game on Switch 2. It ended up being in the PlayStation Showcase. I expect we're going to see that one announced for Switch 2 this year, hoping sooner than later. But at Suda51, he's got a great relationship with Nintendo. Most of his games come to Nintendo, at least the No More Heroes stuff. And this looks like a full-on spiritual successor to No More Heroes. So I hope to see it there.
All right. Stash Man.
Okay. Let's see here. All right. So
he's got to gather those thoughts.
Yeah. So let's see. Starting, I guess, from the top. I still think we're going to get a July Direct because we need to, out of necessity. So we got Tony Hawk releasing July 11th. DK on the 17th. Shadow Labyrinth by Bandai Namco, July 18th. We got the Presents on the 22nd. Pokemon Presents. Mario Party Jamboree TV. This is an $80 game, mind you. That releases on July 24th. Presume Nintendo is going to want to promote that in some fashion because this is one of the best ways to sell the camera attachment. And if they want a lot of people to own the camera, you need that attach rate with Mario Party Jamboree TV. Then we have Wild Hearts S releasing July 25th. We haven't seen any Switch 2 footage of Tony Hawk specifically. We haven't seen it for Shadow Labyrinth. Madden release is August 14th. We've not seen any Switch 2 gameplay footage, nothing. We have no idea how it's going to look, if all the game modes are going to be there, which they should be by now. There's so many loose ends to tie up, just in what I mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Kirby, DLC, again, the full game is $80. If you already own the game, you can buy the upgrade for $20. That's on August 28th. So between July 24th and August 28th, Nintendo's releasing two $80 games that I think they're going to want to talk about. Also throw in Dragon Drive, yes, releases on the 14th. Star Wars Outlaws. Again, we need to see how this is going to look on Switch 2 and play. September 4th, that comes out. I still expect a ton of third parties to speak up, right? Final Fantasy VII Remake. I expect a Rebirth next year, probably around the holiday time. Red Dead 2. Labor Day weekend every year is when NBA 2K comes out. On the Switch 2 Direct, They said they're bringing NBA 2K. So I expect to see that. We haven't seen anything. I want to see how that runs. A lot of people want to see how that runs. It's one of the best-selling games every year, along with Madden. I want to see if it's going to run at 60 FPS. Same goes for WWE. That was shown. We haven't seen anything. And then a handful of games like Ninja Gaiden, Oblivion Remake. Perfect for Switch 2, especially to fill that Skyrim slot. I do expect Fallout 4 Switch 2 edition to coincide with season 2 of the show. That's a great way for them to make money. You got to tap into the Nintendo market. They've already upgraded it on PS5. They did a PS5 edition about a year and a half ago. Looks amazing. They could probably use that one. Same goes for Resident Evil. Right? Now, we're going to get more information tomorrow about Resident Evil. Tomorrow's the Capcom Spotlight. So we're going to be getting info on, Resident Evil, Street Fighter 6, Monster Hunter Wilds, and I believe one other game. So that'll be tomorrow at 3 p.m. Also, tomorrow at 6 p.m., Arc System Works is having their direct. You guys remember they were tied to an exclusive Nintendo Switch 2 title?
Mm-hmm.
I presume we'd find out about that tomorrow, right? What better time? Now, you guys mentioned Silk Song. Yes, we need that release date. We need a release date for a game I played at the Switch 2 experience. That's Hades 2.
That's right.
It's going to be one of the biggest, easily, indie titles this year. Easily. Could be the biggest. It just depends. Depends on if Silk Song, how things go with that. But definitely top 3 biggest indie games.
Nah, I give it to Ruffy. Number 1.
Mina the Hollower, October 31st. Again, it's going to be
can't
huge
wait for that game.
Yeah, huge indie title. Nintendo needs to show it at one of their directs. Elden Ring doesn't have a release date. What are we doing there? Right? All of these games, they don't have release dates. Indiana Jones, the Giants DLC releases. Mind you, let me throw this out there. This was supposed to release the beginning of spring. The Giants DLC. That was the release date. That's what I talked about in my published review of the game. And I did say that I expect for it to come to Switch 2. And I still do. However, it was moved to September 4th. So the beginning of spring to now September 4th. I think that's interesting. That the DLC was delayed that long. I mean, you literally printed on all of your promotional materials that it's coming out in the spring. And so, interesting that it's coming out now September 4th. Skipping 2 seasons. I am curious if it's going to release on Switch 2 as a complete package. Right around that time, because I do fully expect indie to come to Switch 2. Again, Professor Layton, yes. Borderlands, yes. We need dates on all that stuff. With the news about Smash Brothers that you had brought up about Kiwi Talks, I was laughing because this literally plays right into what I've been saying. Is I think we're going to get Smash Brothers Ultimate Switch 2 edition to hold us over until the new Smash Brothers is ready. And clearly, we're quite a ways off from what Kiwi Talks is saying. Look, if they didn't have a plan for Smash Brothers Ultimate, Nintendo would have gave us the free update with Pokemon Violet, with Mario Odyssey. Those 12 games that got an update, Smash Ultimate would have been included. It wasn't included because there is a plan for that. Same goes for Metroid Prime Remastered. They could have easily said, hey, you know what? We're going to give you a free update for this game. We're going to give you those mouse controls. And, we're going to up the resolution for you. And we're going to give you a 120 FPS option. But they didn't for a reason. That's part of the marketing for Metroid Prime 4. They want you to see how good it feels on Metroid Prime to prime you for Metroid Prime 4. Right? I think they have a lot going on, a lot of moving parts. And there are a ton of games that need to be announced with release dates. This is why there's still going to be a July Direct. I still expect a September Direct. Mike, you mentioned Wind Waker and Twilight Princess.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm not gonna rest on that either, but I'll also throw another one in there. And again, this is a game that I've mentioned a ton of times, and I believe they've had a plan for it all along. I'm sure you guys know which one I'm talking about, but Mario Galaxy 2. There's a reason it was excluded from the 3D All-Stars. I think we're going to find out soon what that reason exactly is. I could see it working two ways. I could see it literally being a way for Switch 1 owners to celebrate Mario's 40th. And hey, guess what? If you're playing it on Switch 2, you're going to be able to play it in 4K. There's going to be some sort of nice upgrade there that you probably won't have to pay for, I'm guessing. So I think that's where I'm at, guys. The Direct's coming out of necessity. I do not think in any way, shape, or form that the Directs are going to be replaced by an app that only, based on the last time I looked, a little over 2 million people have downloaded it. And that out of those 2 million and whatever people download it, how many are checking it? I don't check it. I get my news on Twitter.
I want to jump in real quick. I forgot to mention this. I'm curious if you guys are on board with this too, because I actually think this is pretty likely. Maybe they'd save it for September, but I don't feel like they would need to. The next wave of GameCube NSO games, like the next 3 titles.
Yeah. Beat 'em Ups mentioned that they were doing Pokemon Coliseum, and he said there was a wave, and one of them was Pokemon Coliseum, so there might be.
Okay, I missed that.
Yeah,
fair enough.
I will mention one thing. So, Metaphor, just based on this list, I want to touch on this. So, when I reviewed the game, you can go back, you can see I said I know it's coming to Switch 2. I said that in my review. That was from last year. Fully expect it. I said Switch 2 prospective owners, pay attention, because this is a game you're going to want to get. So once again, guys, if you haven't played it, check out my review. This game is amazing. Death Stranding Director's Cut S. I mean, interesting news, right? Obviously, Nate covered it today in his video. And, Nintendo, very likely they bought that studio. And there was already a contract in place, but still. Coincidental, you might say. Witcher 3 Switch 2 edition, fully expect it. I bought the game, the complete edition, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, because I fully expect it to get a Switch 2 edition. I bought it digitally on sale for $10. And so I'm expecting a $10 upgrade path, possibly 20. I don't care, because it's still a great deal. And yeah, as far as the GameCube stuff, we still need some 64 games too, like Donkey Kong. DK64 still absent. There's still some stuff there that we need to tie up some loose ends on. But I hope we get more GameCube games than that.
Wave Race, man.
Yeah, it's perfect summer title. Perfect. Who doesn't want to hit the waves, man? Like, come on, dude. It's so easy. You know what I mean? Like these marketing tweets can write themselves. This is easy stuff, man. And if you don't want to do that, here's another easy one. It's Mario's 40th. Give us Super Mario Sunshine on GameCube. It's the perfect summer title.
Yeah.
My senior picture, you guys have seen that.
Mm-hmm.
I have all, my video games like out, and they're laid over a Super Mario Sunshine beach towel.
I'm gonna need to see this sometime. I've never seen this.
Oh yeah, dude.
No.
I'll have to show it. It's classic, but yeah, it was a Toys R Us pre-order bonus.
It is freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Badass beach towel. But I mean,
I used to love.
Perfect.
Not to side tangent.
Yeah.
I used to love getting games at Toys R Us back in the day.
With these
and
slips.
playing the demo kiosks. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Me too. At our local Toys R Us, there's a guy there named Aaron, which is crazy. I remember because I met him when I was in high school. Dude was awesome. My girlfriend and I, we talked to him all the time. He'd hook me up with discounts all the time. Hook me up with stuff they were going to throw away. Stuff they had extra pre-order bonuses for, like he hooked me up with everything. I remember we used to talk about planetgamecube.com. He was going to all the websites I was going to back in the day, but he was like quite a bit older than me. Awesome guy. Funny how we don't have that as much anymore, do we? Stories like that where you someone at retail and you've become friends with them and you just stop in and bullshit with them, every once in a while, talk video games.
Yeah.
Like that's literally what we would do, like I may not even be going there to buy something. It was like, let's go see if Aaron's working. Let's, go bullshit with him a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, it's fun, man. Mike, you had your hand up.
No, I was waiting with somebody in the chat who said hi, Mike Odyssey, so I was waving.
Okay.
Say hi.
All right. Cool. Yeah, guys, I'm really excited. There's a lot coming, and there's still a lot to play. And you know what? I want Square to tell me, are you going to give a free Switch 2 update for Dragon Quest 3 HD? Because I would like to use my Best Buy reward certificates that I earned to pre-order Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD. But I don't know if you're going to give us a free upgrade. If you are, I'm buying it on Switch 1 so I can have it on cartridge. If you're not, I have to buy it on Switch 2, which is a key card. Little things like this I would like to know. There's so much unknown right now. Bird. You got a word? What's the word?
Bird's the word.
The bird is
I got no word.
Yeah, there is no word. There is no word.
There's no word.
There's no
to
word.
describe this bird.
I mean, the word is you're the next topic, Game Bird. What are we talking about?
Oh boy, what are we talking about? Let's talk about some screens and things, guys. We have it's a red alert, guys. We have issues with the Switch 2 screen. Issues everywhere, all over the internet. First, we have Digital Foundry. They have drawn attention to some issues with the Switch 2 screen. First is that it doesn't have enough nits, topping out at 450, which is dimmer than the Switch OLED. And doesn't have enough to properly take advantage of HDR. We also have Digital Foundry saying that it's 3 times slower than the Steam Deck screen, except apparently that isn't true. Dr. Trey81 dug up a nugget in the Chinese Post saying that Switch 2 screen is actually pretty nice despite latency issues. It all may just be software issues. So as the man in this cast who's not the hardcore tech guy,
you took the tech topic.
I picked the tech topic on purpose because this is a great opportunity for me to ask you guys your thoughts on these screen related issues that people are talking about everywhere right now. That way I could kind of learn from your guys' perspective. The thing that's really interesting about this is it's like we're just hearing it now. When I first unboxed my Nintendo Switch and I booted up Mario Kart World, I thought it looked fantastic. I played both on my TV and in handheld mode. And we had multiple guests, including one of our co-hosts here, go to the Switch 2 event and get hands-on both docked and handheld. And I've heard nothing but praise about how great the Switch 2 looks in portable mode. Yeah, it's not OLED. You know, there's a difference between the OLED and the LCD that they're using now, but that the colors really pop. The screen still looks fantastic. It's weird to be hearing all this stuff now after hearing so much praise and not hearing even, you know, a lot of the outlets that put out their reviews. Obviously, a lot of them mentioned in their hardware review that, you know, they wish it was OLED or, you know, there's a downgrade from OLED to the LCD. But I haven't heard anything until now about problems with the Switch screen. And now everybody's talking about it. So I find that interesting. So let's start. Prime, you have your hand up. I know you've done some research on this one. And I believe you put out a video, if not today, yesterday, or within the last couple of days about it. So let's start with you, Prime. What are your thoughts on this one? Educate me, because to me, what do I know? I'm just a gamer. The screen looks great. And I have zero issues. Yes. So help me understand why I'm wrong and why the screen is ass.
So when the Switch 2 reviews that people put out came out, for starters, it's important to note that most people that do console reviews aren't like tech savvy people. Okay. Mm-hmm. They're more on like your general consumer space, which is, except they happen to be journalists or whatever. And that's fine. So the latency issue, as an example, it factually exists. It can be measured with certain tools. Yes, there is like 17 milliseconds or so of latency with the screen. That's not good. Whenever you think about buying the gaming monitors, you're always seeing like 5 ms or 1 ms, not 17. 17 is not. It's slower than Switch 1's. Switch 1's launch screen was faster than that. Now, the big deal with 17 ms is it can create this thing called motion blur, where you're seeing like shadows or like double of an image as you're playing. And it's more noticeable in like side-scrolling games than it is in like a Mario Kart game where you're driving forward on the screen like this. It's more so for side-to-side motion on a screen. So any games that kind of go side-to-side is where it's more noticeable. Now, the big thing about it is that not everyone's going to perceive it. In fact, it's arguable most people don't perceive it. Most people can't tell the difference between 1 ms and 30 ms. That's just a general thing because it's about your eyes, and everyone's eyes is different. So most people are not going to perceive any motion blur. That's just the way it is. Most people won't. Nintendo's own developers might not have. But it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And what happened when it launched is while there weren't any reviews bringing it up, because most people aren't going to notice it, there were some people posting on Reddit, posting on Twitter, posting elsewhere that were noticing that there was motion blur. Now, they didn't know that what it was 17 ms, but they were noticing motion blur. Some people saying, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. You're making it up. That's the thing. All of our eyeballs are different. There are legitimately people that can't discern the difference between 30 FPS and 60 FPS. That doesn't mean 60 FPS isn't better and smoother and more responsive.
Sure.
But they just can't tell the difference because of how their eyes work. And it's even more true. If this is more for like the bigger audience, 60 FPS and 120. If you guys have played Welcome Tour, there's a mini game in there that tests your ability to tell a difference between 60 hertz and 120 hertz. And I know a number of people that said they couldn't tell any difference and they were just blindly guessing. I was actually able to, I didn't even realize I could tell the difference. But I instantly could pick out which one was 60 and 120 the entire way. I never got one wrong. Was never guessing. I just literally could tell. I didn't even realize that I could. Maybe it's from all my years of PC gaming playing at high frame rates. But sure. I literally, it was really easy for me to tell the difference. Now, I don't know if I could tell the difference between 120 and 240, but 60 and 120, I could tell the difference. But I can't see the motion blur. So it's interesting because I wasn't aware that motion blur was an issue because I probably wouldn't notice it till it's like 30 ms or worse. And so a lot of consumers aren't noticing it. So like there's a lot of information out there about how, hey, the motion blur is worse. There's not proper nits for HDR, which is something I actually noticed day one, that I could not get it brighter than my Switch OLED screen. And there is a trick, like if you guys turn off your auto brightness and then crank it up, you'll actually get it even brighter, but it's still not as bright as Switch OLED at its brightest. And I didn't even need... the reason that I think most media and stuff didn't notice this when they went hands-on is you were in an indoor environment pre-set up by Nintendo with ideal lighting for whatever they're trying to show on that screen. You weren't sent outside in the sunshine to try to play.
Yeah,
where Switch has even had issues with that because the screens don't get very bright on Switch when you're out in direct sunlight, where you could perfectly see your phone, but you couldn't see your screen on Switch. I noticed it this summer. We've had a lot of bright days. Go out with my Switch outside when my kids are playing in the sprinklers and stuff. I can't play my Switch 2 unless I'm in the shade. That's a screen brightness problem. And now that's just for obviously visibility outside, but for HDR content is generally best at 1000 nits or above in brightness. So that being said, that doesn't mean HDR has no effect under 500 nits, because HDR does one thing no matter the screen brightness. It gives you a wider color gamut. Period. End of story. Maybe you're not getting the deep blacks and the big vivid pops in color like you even see on the OLED that does not have HDR. But you are getting a wider color gamut, which means you're getting more color information that will make the picture look better than with HDR turned off. So HDR still matters at the lower nits, but you're not really getting what HDR is known for, which is basically to give you what you're getting on an OLED screen, but a little bit better. And that's why HDR can also exist on OLED panels. That's just like a very layman's way of talking about it. It's much more complex than that. And the big thing with the HDR part is obviously... and Doc Trey noted this in a video that he put out, and this is completely true. The panel itself might be capable of doing higher nits, but it's being held back by a firmware for battery life purposes. So there is a possibility of a future firmware update could enable higher nits. Like it's entirely possible Nintendo didn't lie when they said, we couldn't do HDR on the OLED. Wasn't bright enough. We can do it on the LCD because LCD tech has come so far and it's bright enough. And maybe when they were testing it, they were at 1000 nits. They didn't have the final product in hand where Nintendo maybe reduced that by half or whatever. And then the other issue with the latency, it becomes more noticeable for some people when you're using any game that uses variable refresh rate, because the latency with combined with variable refresh rate ends up making it much more noticeable. So when you're playing Cyberpunk in performance mode, or what is it? Yeah, performance mode, not quality. Yeah, performance mode, the 40 FPS mode, that's using variable refresh rate. Some people are noticing it when they're doing that because it's just more noticeable with variable refresh rate. It just is. And Digital Foundry did note that some of the issues of variable refresh rate could be fixed with a patch because the panel supports this low LCS mode or whatever they called it that it's just not enabled right now. And that's how this got fixed on TVs. So, for some reason, it's just not enabled. Also, John Linneman did come out and kind of agree with Doc Trey that it is possible that the panel is better than it's showing, and Nintendo did make the latency worse, make the nits worse intentionally for battery life, and that as Nintendo improves on the efficiency of their operating system and maybe gets it down a gig in RAM, gets it down a core on the CPU, so it's using less power just to run the system, they could maybe then bump the nits and lower the latency with a firmware update, and that would probably keep the battery life where it is now, but now you're actually getting the full HDR benefit and you don't have the ghosting and stuff happening. But this is all obviously hypothetical because until this is the ironic thing, until a Switch 2 is hacked, we're not really sure what the screen's capable of.
Right.
That's the thing. Like, Nintendo's the only one that has all the controls over that unless someone hacks a Switch 2. So
it's all interesting stuff, man. Thank you for the breakdown of that, because when I first started hearing this stuff, I was just like, like what? Like, I'm not seeing it. Maybe I'm not sensitive to this. Then again, I haven't played any fast side-scrolling platformers or anything like that on the Switch 2 yet. But for me, like when I first heard about it, when I think of motion blur, I think of like when I first booted up Expedition 33, and I'm like, yeah, and I love that game. The game's gorgeous and amazing. So it's not a knock on it, but there's a setting to turn off motion blur, which I did because it was like making me sick. Yeah, that's what I think of. So the comparison was like, right. The comparison is like I don't know. What I was suddenly hearing online wasn't resonating with what I was seeing at home. But.
Yeah, it's one of these things where this stuff is factually true, and anyone that denies it's factually true is just denying facts. And I don't believe in denying facts. It is factually not bright enough to take full advantage of HDR, and it is factually a very bad latency screen that for some people will notice motion blur. Not most people, but some people. These are not good things, but it also is potentially fixable in the future, and probably the first revision or an OLED revision would obviously fix it. So it's one of these things where for most people that none of this will be a problem, but there are certain situations where it can be for some people. So it's like one of those, yes, this is factually true, but a majority, like this is what I wish Digital Foundry would have done. Because the reason it's being all talked about is because Digital Foundry, right? Because they're so big and they're the tech guys. And so they put this out there and they're not wrong. But I wish they would have noted, and they didn't really note this, that most people are not actually going to be able to see the issue with the latency. And I wish they would have said that, because the way they showed it a way where everyone can see it, right? You record with like a 240 FPS camera, you slow it down. And a lot of the Nintendo YouTubers are joking about it. Oh yeah, it's got a problem. If you do this, it's slow it down. It's got nothing to do with actually playing the game. Yeah, what they were trying to do.
That's how most people play games now.
Yeah, that's how everyone.
Did you not know that?
11% speed on a 240 FPS camera on a screen. Anyways, no. So like some people were poking fun at Digital Foundry for that, but what they were trying to do was for people who can't see it, show you that it actually does exist. Like it's true, and we have a way to show you even if you can't notice it. I just wish they would have also put the emphasis on, but most people probably won't notice it.
Sure.
And look, I don't know why John Linneman came out and said that it was 3 times slower than the Steam Deck's original screen. That was an absolutely ridiculous statement, because the original screen on Steam Deck has like 14 milliseconds. That's only 3 better, not 3 times. Maybe he misspoke. It's only 3 milliseconds better, not 3 times faster. So a lot of people, NeoGAF and other places were like, whoa, what the fuck are you talking about? That's notorious. Because, tech heads are really big on like handheld PCs.
Right.
Like that was known to have motion blur on that launch one. And you go all the way back to I think it's like the PSP or the PS Vita had like 30 ms. And people never complained about it back then, really. So, I understand that like we're in a day and age where if this panel is not capable of higher nits, like it's a hard limit of the panel, and the MS is a hard limit of the panel, that means Nintendo cheaped out with the cheapest fucking thing they could find. That is possible. Or it is better than what it's doing, and Nintendo's holding it back by firmware. We just can't confirm any of this. So, and I wish Digital Foundry would have noted, because the fact that John Lindemann came out and said this, well, he said it on Twitter. They didn't say it in the video that it could have been firmware unlimited. So like, there's just all this context now being added after the video that gets like millions of views. And it's like, well, most people aren't going to see this additional context that now, like, maybe this isn't as big a deal. And even if it is a problem for you, it could get patched. So,
right.
Yeah. That's all I got. I don't know. Obviously, someone else could talk now. I just want to explain it because I was following this whole thing for the last like 3 days.
Let's go to Sandstorm, man. Have you read much into this? Is this something that you've noticed or you're concerned about?
So, off my purpose, it's weird. I was just like holding the bottom of the Joy-Con too, because I was like, you know what? I've never actually put this thing on to see what it actually felt like. I think it would make more sense if it actually had the Joy-Con to it. But No. So after watching this video initially, I like got on my Switch because I've like many, I've never really like noticed the motion blur at all. And so I'll say first and foremost, I think Prime is absolutely right. Like you can't you can't deny something that's actually factual, and it presents itself. So the problem I have is not necessarily with it being shown or it being said or like these are the facts. I think my problem more so lies with and we've all noticed this. Even leading up to the Switch. It's like what can I find? What can I find to give some flaw to this
Yeah.
system in a negative light? And so and especially with Digital Foundry,
Yeah.
we've seen
It's
them.
who we got the information from. Not
Yeah.
that they're wrong, but Digital Foundry for like the last year has been, even before we knew what the hardware was, has been trying to find ways to downplay what the system can do.
Yeah.
Like at one point, they said, at best it has a 720p 60 hertz screen.
Right.
When rumors came out about 120, they're like that. That's not happening. That's not even possible.
Yeah. And
They're
now
like,
and now it is.
Not
And
even-
they're like
I love that's not even possible.
and,
Yeah,
and you
they
know
literally
love
said
it.
that. It's crazy.
They
That's
did.
so
the
stupid,
problem. Like,
dude.
Digital Foundry has been like shit talking the system before it even came out, and then they continue to shit talk it before they even played it. So that's the problem. Anyway,
and they
go on.
still I mean they even still do it like like oh it's it went from okay wow it's 1080 120 back to like oh it's a crappy screen just because it can do resolution doesn't make it any better. And then like they even talked about the hypothetical stats of the next PlayStation and they're like 720p it's great and you're like where are we going like what is the standard here? But
those same clowns doubted that little Mac could take on Mike Tyson. Who's laughing now?
Right. So it's I think it's I'm not against, like I said, I'm not against throwing out facts. I think it's the way that you present the facts because especially now in times we're looking at, now that this information's out, it went from like oh the screen is great, it's quality, blah blah blah, it's 1080 120 hertz, blah 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 blah. But now I can easily see like somebody asking another person like oh it's crap, like the latency in here is absolutely horrible, da da da, you get ghosting and all this other stuff, it's a cheap screen. So it like turns it immediately turns people off even if they don't know what you're talking about. Like oh it does that, like that doesn't sound good because you're making it sound bad. The other thing, and I think this is like more important, because l- latency on a screen is one thing, but regardless of how much latency is on a screen, if the push of a button is synced up with that latency, you'll never really notice. And I think that's going to be most people. Like when it says go and you hit the button to go and you start going at that point in time, latency at that point doesn't matter because it's already been allocated for. And you look at Mario Kart World. I've played Cyberpunk. I don't get those latency problems. um, I'm not huge. I'm tell you right now, I'm not the biggest Street Fighter person. Like I play the game all day, but if you told me hitboxes and all that, I have no clue what you're talking about. I just play the game. You know what I'm saying? So I think in those kind of aspects, maybe it matters a little bit more. But when you're talking about games that are just you personally, as long as you hit the button and it responds when you need it to respond, latency is not that big of a deal. And if correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe I am, but I don't remember them really playing in any games and being like, look how much latency there is in this game from when I move and shift to when the actual game responds to what I'm doing. It's all been in the menu, has it not? Like it's just been look at this, slide this way, and look at this, slide this way, and going into the menu and going up and down. So it's yeah, I like I said, I agree with Prime. I think there should have been a huge asterisk at the beginning. Like most people really aren't going to notice this, especially if you have to slow it down this slow for somebody to actually be like, oh, okay, I see what you're talking about. So is it a big deal? No, especially if you can do it with the firmware. If there's no firmware update that will allow that to change, then maybe we can start talking about it more and diving deep into it. But like as far as it is right now, like the system's new. It's gonna come with flaws. Like it's gotta have its flaws. So we'll see. We'll see. That's all I gotta say. We'll see.
Awesome, man. Let's go over to Mr. Michael. What do you
forget what your topic for a moment, bud?
Yes, I did.
I'm like,
Yes, I did. What? Oh, well, that's
did it overheat?
yeah, probably.
What's going on? No signal for Eric Moore.
Yeah, we'll get it fixed. Don't worry about it.
Okay. So, asking the blind guy if he can see some little
motion blur.
The answer is no.
I was totally hoping you were going to say yes.
If you asked me if I care, the answer is no. I'm just right here. Like I'm more impressed about this right here. Look at this guy. Look at that. Look at that handsome guy right there. That right there.
Why is he shirtless?
I haven't added a shirt. Well, he's wearing a red shirt, but I don't know where the camera. It looks like he's just one color.
Yeah.
But there you go. There you go. There's a color.
Oh, there we go.
There's the color. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm looking. When Nate started describing all the stuff, about the screen, and then first thing I'm gonna say publicly, I don't like the Digital Foundry. Never did. I think they're a bunch of old farts and just need to relax. And so,
damn, shots
this. I'm looking at this, and I remember picking it up for the first time at the experience. And yeah, you're right. The room was dimmed. It was nice. It was nice on the eyes. The room, right? It was the lights were low. It was all romantic. It's like you're gonna be your lover right now. You heard the music. Let's get it on, and they give you the switch, and you fall in love for the first time. And so I picked this up and I played Mario Kart for the first time in handheld with my condition, and that to me just blew me away. And that's all I can think about. I'm like, wow, I finally have a Switch with the screen big enough where I can, at least with Mario Kart, I can enjoy it. Not other games I already tried, but at least with Mario Kart, I can enjoy it. Handheld mode for a little bit. The screen to me looks beautiful. It's brilliant. This thing here, this is amazing. This is a beautiful system, right? With the everything about it is beautiful. I do play more docked than handheld mode, but man, you have to have some time in your hand to find something negative to say about this, and to slow down the video slow enough for you to see some kind of a blur. If I start running on the street and you slow me down, you'll probably see some shadows too. I'm like, and I'm like, and so. Does it really matter? I mean, right now it's a good system. We know it's the base model of the Nintendo Switch 2. Nintendo already told us what they're gonna do. They released a base model with the LCD screen. They released an updated version with a better chip, better battery life, and an OLED. Then they release a light version, and then they'll release maybe a pro version of this or Switch 3, right? So this is the base model, and for it being a base model, this is freaking fantastic. I love the system. I love the screen. I have no complaints about it. Digital Foundry, they have grandkids, right? Do they have grandkids? Because they need to go attend to them and to some stories, say some stories, teach them a couple lessons, about life, wisdom. Something of value. Because to me, there's that video about the. I understand what Nate said. He's right about the the MPS about 30 and 16, 17, whatever. But for me personally, I'm like, I love my Switch. I enjoy the screen, and I'm pretty sure that's all that matters. Like the reviews are based on the general public. Like Nate said, not everybody can see that. I'm glad that I can't because I don't want to be focusing on something so minuscule, right? Right? When you have a game like Mario Kart World, beautiful game, then you have Donkey Kong Bonanza that's coming up next. This is incredible, right? That's what you want to focus on, the gameplay, how fun it is, and yeah. I mean, I'll leave it there.
I will say though, for the people that can see it, I do feel for you because it's extremely annoying. As someone who's seen it on, I remember this back when I had still have it actually. I had this really shitty monitor I was playing World of Warcraft on that had like 75 ms. It was so bad. Oh my god! The motion.
Wow, with
dude, it was
blur,
bad.
that's
I'm sitting there
hilarious.
fucking trying to cast a spell, and there's like, oh, it's a fireball, but it looks like 8 of them when it's only supposed to be 1. Like, okay, it's very
Let
annoying.
alone arcane missiles.
Yeah, arcane missiles. Oh my
You
god!
just start.
Dude, that's not. Let's just say my mage was never arcane at that time, so I'm gonna be monitor. But no, so for that, and then there was so much input latency as well. So for people that can see it, I get it. It's very annoying. So I feel for them.
Just close one eye like this. Play like this.
For those people, I think you're just stuck in dock mode. Sorry.
Well, I want to hear from the Thunder.
Yeah. So, I've talked about Digital Foundry before. I'm not a fan. I think they cater to sheeple. I'm sorry. This is exactly how I feel.
What's sheeple?
John Linneman, you want to come on an episode, bud?
They're the sheeple herders.
Dang.
Everyone who consumes Digital Foundry, this is just how I feel. It's very much a sheeple, easily led.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
Can't think for themselves. Do everything that everybody else does.
Message for the people: do not be a sheeple.
Yep.
Instead,
don't
be a leader sheep.
be a what do you call that?
A leaple. A leaple.
Oh, the official word for anybody who herds sheep is pastor. You pastor a sheep. So
And then people start thinking religion, though.
yeah, but it's still the official word. It's not even like the biblical word. It's just like the
All right,
title.
let's bring it back to Thunder, my friends. he has a strong message.
I'm insulting them. Let me go. Let me go.
But I agree. I agree. I just learned that, and I agree with you. And I'm gonna use it from now on. I'm gonna steal it and sheeple.
Yeah,
got it.
I think that Digital Foundry has learned, and I think IGN has helped them understand. Because remember, IGN owns Digital Foundry.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
now you're talking.
Was last year? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
I think. Now, hear me out on this, okay? I want to try and piece this together. So, IGN has kind of been doing a lot of stupid shit the last few years. Okay, I've been watching IGN. I've been following them since IGN 64. Okay, so I'm talking 1996. I've had so much respect for them over the years. Okay, there's still people there that I really like, that I respect. Okay,
You're Snyder, buddy. Love you.
Love Pierre. Yeah, they're Brian Altano. Love the guy. There's a lot of people there that I really like. Ryan that does, Xbox, the old school cast, right? One thing IGN does on a regular, I don't know if you guys follow them on Twitter, but they are always throwing out the most stupid, controversial, purposely controversial, like low IQ tweets, okay? To try and bring people in a sort of a rage bait. And they do all the time. They say the stupidest shit. And then I look at the comments and they hook, line, and sink people easily.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, you fools. Like I'm reading, like you thinking like you guys are so stupid.
You fools!
Yeah. And I kid you not, I believe that IGN has not only taught but instructed Digital Foundry to follow the ways. And they have literally figured out how to cater and literally be the fuel for the console war. They are the fuel. They're the Wheaties for everybody who does the console war.
I want to say something quick.
Yeah.
So I was just glancing at their Twitter. I follow it and I get their updates here and there because they have news and interviews sometimes that, it's cool. So they got like 10 million followers, right? I don't think they know what they're doing on Twitter because it's not working. I could tweet right now, have a great day, and get more likes, retweets, and comments than their average post.
Mm-hmm.
Do it.
You know what? I'm going to do it right now just to prove it. Like, literally, I'm looking at it. They have 10 million. Think about this.
Yeah.
Their pinned one, which is a sponsored post, has 500. And that's fine. That's a pinned one.
Mm-hmm.
Sponsored, whatever. They may even spend money on ads to push it. But like they have a Lego one 15 minutes ago, only 67 likes. 45 minutes ago, Horrors of Dying World, 29. Dying Light retouched an hour ago, 65. Like, dude, I can get this in like 2 minutes on Twitter.
Yeah, Prime, test this out. But instead of have a nice day, try it with my newest video that just dropped today.
There you go. Ruffy in the Riverside. The Stashman and Gamebird.
Stashman too. Stashman crushed it, dude.
Both the
He's
drop.
the review king.
Reviews.
I look up to the guy.
And
both beat me to the review.
I got kind of a feeling that we might be seeing a little Ruffy tomorrow. Just saying. It's launch day. And there's a certain indie event happening.
Hey, man, no spoilers.
I do. The only spoiler is I'm in the show. That's the only spoiler I got for people. I haven't seen it. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. So to sum this up, I think Digital Foundry's caught on how to be the go-to, the main resource for all the sheeple. And sadly, in this world, there's more sheeple, right? There's always going to be. You're never going to have more leaders than you have sheeple. That's how this world works. And they're playing their hand perfectly for what they're trying to do. I can see right through them, though. I don't have any interest whatsoever in viewing their content. I was asked on my Twitter DMs what I thought about the Digital Foundry stuff, and I'll just kind of summarize what I said. But I said I think at some point in the timeline, they've turned into very harsh critics of Nintendo instead of providing impartial reviews. It feels like they are actively looking for faults, like you said, Sandstorm. And I said, personally, I do not consume their content. I've said this a million times, but I don't need them to tell me what's good and what's not. I have eyes that can see, ears that can hear, and I have the discernment to know the difference. And that is as simple as that. That goes for anything in life. But these dudes are the last thing I need in my life. I don't require their assistance for shit.
Yeah. And a message to people, there are kiosks set up now in retail stores where you can go hands-on with the Switch 2 for the first time. Decide for yourself. Look at the screen. See if it's too blurry for you. If that's something that you're worried about.
You can play a new demo of DK Bonanza.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, Mike got to play it.
I did twice.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Let's shoot over.
I got a lot. Well, Stash. So I know I have a lot to say about IGN, but I'll leave it after Indie Mania. I'll spill the beans after Indie Mania.
Yeah.
A lot to say.
Let's jump over now to the man who
you done fucked up, IGN.
Fabric softener, Mr. Eric Moore.
This guy,
Spice Toes.
That guy. I not much to touch on. I mean, everybody's pretty well said everything. I don't see granted, I've only played one game on the Switch too, Mario Kart World. But I don't see much for motion blur. I've seen it before, like on TV with baseball and stuff, where all of a sudden you'll see a trail of like a comment of a baseball. But so yes, I can see how it's annoying as shit. But I have not seen it on the Switch too, and quite honestly, I've enjoyed my experience with it so far. So, I mean, for those people who, as Nate said, it's for those people who can see it. I am sorry. I can see how it would suck, but yeah, I don't see it.
Yeah. I'll be the first to let you guys know on the show if I end up playing a game where I see it and it bothers me. I might be one of those people like Prime says, a complete casual who just can't see that sort of thing.
No. Yeah.
I can definitely.
I wasn't calling you a casual.
True. No, that's true.
I know. I'm just giving you a hard time. No, I know you weren't.
So to add the Game Bird, I'll also let you guys know if I can just see, period. And then I'll let you guys know. It'll be a miracle by that point, but I'll just let you know if I could actually.
Mike's like, all my screens have motion blur.
See?
F off.
not just my screens, like life. I'm like,
right.
His life has motion
blur. Why is the thing? Why is that shadow there? So yeah, I'll just let you guys know. I'll release an update on the motion blur. It's coming.
Okay. Awesome, guys. That's my topic. Who we got now? Who's up? Is Stash Man? Is it Dealer's Choice now?
Yeah, I think it's Dealer's Choice. Before Stash Man goes, though, people in the chat are like, what the hell is Nate doing? So as Thunderstash is given the beatdown on IGN, given the beatdown, the smackdown, given the Austin 316 over to Digital Foundry, my channel hit 157,000 subscribers.
Oh, nice. There you go.
So the funny thing is I've held off Stash Man for one more week because we were tied at 156. I held him off for one more week. So last time I'll be able to say it, he'll be ahead of me next week. He's growing faster than me, but we did it for one more week as Stash Man's laying the beat down. Yeah. Love it. All right. That being said,
sorry, Stash. I gotta hold on before I'll throw it over to you here in a second.
Yeah, you're good.
You're talking too much, Eric.
I know, right?
God damn it.
10,000 Noodles comes out with IGN gives this podcast a 7 out of 10. It was uninspired and Eric spoke too much.
Oh, you know what though? We mentioned like some water with Rave Race earlier as well. So don't forget.
Yep.
7 out of 10.
Too much water.
Yep, yeah. Too much water.
Classic.
All right, go ahead, Stash. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. So you mentioned earlier the variable pricing, and I was actually talking about this a couple of days ago. And I want to shine a light on it a little bit and kind of recap it, and then I want to hear what your guys' thoughts are on upcoming games and how it's going to be handled. Because we have a pretty good history here of what the variable pricing looks like, and I'm gonna recap it. Okay, so for $10, you can get the Switch 2 Welcome Tour, and you can get the Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom upgrades for $10. For $20, you can get the Kirby Star-Crossed World upgrade, the Jamboree TV upgrade, and Dragon Drive now. For $40, you can get yourself Metroid Prime Remastered. For $50, you can get Emio the Smiling Man. For $60, you can net yourself Donkey Kong Country Returns HD, which obviously that one caused a bit of outrage. And Luigi's Mansion 2 HD.
Yep.
For $70, you could get Tears of the Kingdom on Switch 1, which was the first game Nintendo released at $70. You can get Breath of the Wild Switch 2 Edition at retail, physical, for $70. You can get DK Bonanza for $70. And you can get Pokemon Legends for $70. For $80, you can get Mario Kart World, or $50 if you get the bundle. Tears of the Kingdom, Jamboree, like the full Super Mario Party Jamboree TV is $80, and the full Kirby game Star-Crossed World is $80. Like Nintendo was not at all playing. They were not joking when they said they were going to be doing variable pricing. That's insane, isn't it? This was off the top of my head when we said we were going to do, a dealer's choice. And I'm like, oh, you know what? I was talking about this earlier this week. Let me think of how much all this stuff was. They hit every price range except for 30. They hit 10, 20, 40, 50, 60, 70, and 80. Who does that? Like, what? I haven't seen this before.
It's very Nintendo. It's obviously this is new territory for them, but it's very on brand for Nintendo to just do something so out there and unusual that no other company is doing. Obviously, there's third-party games that come in at, more discounted prices. Expedition 33 comes to mind as a newer third-party game, but first-party stuff, this is, like you said, it's across the board. It's everywhere. It's just weird. Nothing's off the table with them.
Like some of the stuff I appreciate, right? Like Metroid Prime Remastered, right? I think we were all happy to see that at $40. I think for anyone who bought it, they probably felt like they definitely got a good deal. But then at the same time, was anybody happy about DK Country Returns HD releasing for the third time at $60, or Luigi's Mansion 2 HD? A 3DS port.
No.
And then getting ported to Switch 2, and then along with a $20 price increase. I forget how much it was on 3DS. I'm thinking it was $40. Does that sound right? Were 3DS games $39.99?
Yeah,
or $49
standard. Yep.
Yeah. So it got released. What? Almost a decade later, onto the Switch, and then they increased the price $20. So it's interesting. I want to think that we're going to benefit from this in some ways, but we have to also be realistic, because we have games like DK and Luigi running $60, but then you got Metroid at 40, which I think we all kind of know why Metroid is $40. They really want to invite people in to that IP and grow it.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. What do you guys think? What do you think we're going to benefit from this at all during this generation? Are there some IPs that you're worried about costing $80?
Yeah.
So I think a majority of their bigger franchises will be 70 and 80. 3D Mario can be 70 or 80. Zelda 70 or 80. But I do think that people forget that Nintendo has this wide range of different releases. Like, okay, let's say you're going to sell the next 3D Kirby game, the new Forgotten Land style game. You sell that at 70. But are you going to really come back with a side scroller and tell everyone that's also worth 70?
Yeah, this is a great point.
No, they might try it, because they were selling side scrollers for 60 when that was standard. So they might try it. Or will they keep it at 60 or less? We haven't had yet this generation. We've seen Switch 2 editions. But what about the new remakes and remasters that aren't just Switch 2 editions? Like actual bringing old games back. And what are they going to price those at? We saw what they did on Switch. Most of them were priced at 60. A couple at 50. What are they going to do with those on Switch? It might depend obviously on the effort and time, and if it's like a from the ground remake, like we want Ocarina of Time to be, like, yeah, that's probably 70. But if it's not, if it's more like what happened with what is it? Is it Miitopia? I think I brought back by Grezzo. Whatever one they brought back, I think it was that or Tamagotchi. I think it was Miitopia, but either way, they brought that back, and that felt more like an HD and widescreening of a 3DS game. And obviously, there was some work done. They had to change the control schemes and stuff. Yeah, that I think should be like a $40, $50 game. I don't think that should be higher than that. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do because the prices have gone up. So I kind of feel like it's sort of weird because Nintendo is raising the prices on the top end. And I kind of feel like that could reflect on the low end as well. So I wonder if like on Switch, Welcome Tour would have been free and Dragon Drive would have been 10. But because we're on Switch 2, it's 10 and 20. I wonder that. I don't know. So I'm very like it's more of these the premium IPs like the Marios, the Pokemons, the Zeldas. We know those are 70 or 80. Like I don't know how many are going to touch 80. I almost guarantee the next 3D Zelda is going to be $80. That's one I think they will charge 80 for because they charge 70. They charge 70 for Tears of the Kingdom.
Well, it's 80 right now.
Yeah, 80 now. You get that extra content. So they're already normalizing 80 on Switch 2 for Zelda. So I kind of feel like the next one's going to be 80. Now, I do think 3D Zelda has a higher opportunity of blowing people away, unlike Mario Kart, where people will feel like, damn, of course I'll spend 80 on this. Look at this shit. Because the Zelda team cooks, and they always cook. And right now, at least as of Tears of the Kingdom, that's the biggest budget game Nintendo's ever made. So it is also their biggest budget team. So with that being the case, and we kind of figure their next 3D Zelda game is probably their most expensive game ever made. Yeah, it being $80, you can kind of understand why Nintendo's going to keep that at the top end of the price point. But I'm going to be very curious. Do they put 3D Mario at 80?
I don't think so. I think the next mainline Zelda is going to be 80. I think the next Smash Brothers is going to be 80.
Does
the
Pokemon
two big ones that I don't think are going to be 80 is 3D Mario. It's just a gut feeling. And the other one, even though it's one of the biggest sellers and is insanely popular, but I still don't think they're going to make that same jump in price as Animal Crossing. I think Mario and Animal Crossing will stay at 70, which is going to be like your typical AAA Nintendo game.
So how many games do you think Nintendo is going to even attempt to put at 80? Like they did it with Mario Kart, which we all know the reason they did it is because it's their best selling IP. So if you use that logic, they did 80 on that because it sells a shitload. Okay, well, what other franchises always sell a shitload? Pokemon.
Let me ask you this though, guys. This is what I want to bring up too. Was Pokemon next? If they charge $80 for Pokemon,
Jesus Christ!
Think about all the people that buy, both versions, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're looking at with tax out the door, 175, 180.
Mm-hmm.
What if they did?
Sometimes you're paying 200. And the thing is with Pokemon is we'd be like, oh, they wouldn't do that. Well, technically, it's all be handheld games, and then Switch came and they all jumped to $60, and they sold better than ever.
If I was the Pokemon company or Game Freak, I think the right move is you increase the price to 80, and you give it's both in one. Kind of like how Fire Emblem Three Houses, it's 3 campaigns in one game instead of the multiple versions that they were doing on the 3DS prior to Switch.
And I want to keep this in mind with Pokemon. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl were $60. So was Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah.
Does that even make sense?
I think I know. I think I know Nintendo's pricing, how they price things. Mario Kart 80. We should rename it. Mario Kart World was $80 for 2 reasons: best selling game and its multiplayer. So you can buy just one copy for the household and just play that game with your friends, and it's a multiplayer. It's a big IP multiplayer. Donkey Kong Bonanza is 70 games. It's a 1-player game, massive game. But so I think Nintendo's gonna go that same route. Any big multiplayer IP, Smash Bros might be 80 whenever it comes out, and the next Mario is gonna be 70. So for like they said, Mario IPs will be probably be from 70 to 80, depending on if it's a one player character game or a multiplayer game. If it's a multiplayer, it's 80. They can charge more for that because more people playing one single game, less copies of that they need to sell. And then there's tiers per IP based on how much value their that IP is to them. So, for example, we're looking at Princess Peach Showtime. That game was $59, $59, but it's in the Mario IP. So that in a way, it brings value to that little game. For $59, it's a Mario IP. It's a $60 game. And
I just think I don't think
if they make a Showtime 2 and it's $70,
that's a bad move. That's a bad move. But like regarding Pokemon, I think the winning move is charge 80, but you get both campaigns in one game. You choose when you're in the start menu, you choose what campaign. It solves issues that exist in Pokemon, like Pokemon that you can't evolve unless
they don't.
You
I don't think they want to solve those issues though.
I know they don't, but that's
they
what
lose
you
a lot of
It's
money.
a massive win because then you could charge $80 for a game that's probably going to look like ass compared to everything else on the platform.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
But it's still a better deal than what you were getting on the previous consoles because now it's in line with buying 2 3DS games.
If Pokemon
win
Gen
for
10
us.
is $80,
Huge win. It would kind of void out all the negativity surrounding the ass art direction and the lack of exciting features. And I love Pokemon, don't get me wrong, but there's always some major compromises that the Pokemon company is making that ticks people off. So charge a little more, give us both campaigns. Fire Emblem did it. Fire Emblem gave us 3 campaigns in one game. It's the most loved Fire Emblem game at the Game Awards when it was snubbed a nomination. It was the fan choice game of the year. Like,
so
give us that.
By your logic, Splatoon 4 is $80.
By my logic, yeah. I think Splatoon 4 is going to be $80. I think big Nintendo IPs, IPs that have sold Nintendo a lot, and especially if they're multiplayer. Animal Crossing is going to be a $70 game. $70 game because that's like just a one player thing. Although you can play with friends, they each need their own copy, and so they could put that at $70. $70 is their new floor for their top IPs, right?
I don't think there's any way that Splatoon's going to cost 80.
Yeah,
just because I don't think anything that sells under 20 mil is going to get. They're going to charge 80.
Can you play Splatoon together with multiple people in the same system in a split screen like Mario Kart?
Yeah.
How many players can you play? How many players can you use in Mario Kart? Because I don't know. I haven't tried it like that.
That's a good question.
I only tried.
They showed it in the direct, but I don't remember.
I think it's just 4 split screen.
Just 4. Okay, so Splatoon the same, right? Just 4 split screen.
Split screen. I don't know.
I
don't think you can do 4 split screen. I know you can do like 8 people with
different
the game
different
on
systems.
all the systems.
Yeah. That also matters. In Mario Kart, you can do 4 people. That's 4 players.
So this is what I was confused for a moment. Splatoon does not support any split screen at all.
Okay, so that's a one player game then.
Everyone has to. Well, it's a multiplayer game. That's what it is.
Yeah, but that's a one single. Copy. Yeah, exactly. So it's not like I can play with my daughter on the same screen. She needs her own copy of the game, right?
Yeah. The reason that people get confused is that the original Splatoon on Wii U did have split screen, but 2 and 3 did not.
So games that you can do split screen with and multiple people can play, that's $80 games that you have to have your own copy, even if it's a multiplayer game, but you need your own copy. That I believe that'll be like a $70 game.
That scares me.
Of the top IP, because when it comes to Metroid could be a $60 game. You know.
Well, the reason that it scares me is all those games you just talked about, like Splatoon, Smash, Mario Kart. They also have expensive DLCs.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm not saying those DLCs aren't worth it, but it's kind of like they're already making extra money.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Splatoon costs $80.
I don't think
I
it
mean,
costs-
look at the backlash from Mario Kart. Obviously, everyone's going to buy Mario Kart. It's Mario Kart. Splatoon is big. It's a growing franchise, but it hasn't come close to 20 million. I think the best selling, correct me if I'm wrong, people in chat or anyone on the panel, I feel like the highest selling Splatoon is around 13 million, give or take a mil.
And Splatoon is not even in the top tier IP like Mario is.
Right. And I don't think we already get complaints from Splatoon that like each iteration's too samey. They've only really added Salmon Run as a big different exciting mode. A lot of people think the single player is half baked. I just don't think there's any I mean, it would have to be a drastically bigger game, I think.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Yeah. I just don't see it.
Yeah, but
I feel like Zelda's a no-brainer.
So when I meant multiplayer 80, I meant those that you can use one copy and play multiple people with. Even though even if Splatoon is a multiplayer game because you play online with other people, you still need your own copy, and there's only one single player game. You know what I mean? And so for that very reason, I don't think it's going to be $80 either. But then again, Splatoon is also not in the same category as Mario. So that could also bring it down in price. We'll maybe keep it at $60 whenever that comes out. Anything that's Mario related, Donkey Kong related, will be at 80 and above, 70 and above. You know, because still Donkey Kong is considered part of the Mario IP. And so that's the tier that I believe Nintendo will go with. You know, they'll keep their big names at 70 and above, depending on whether they're multiplayer or not, how many people can play per system or per copy, and then going down there with those tiers. Animal Crossing is one that, because of how great it became a top tier IP like Mario last year with Switch, based on how much it sold. That one feels like a $70 game when it comes out, because it is a one player game, although it's also multiplayer where you can play with other people online.
So I know Nintendo doesn't care what I think. I'm just going to say this right now. There's only one franchise they have I'll spend 80 on.
Zelda.
One that I already did. Zelda. That is
Says
it.
the guy who has Mario Kart World.
Bundle, $50.
Yeah. But Nate, is that the Switch 1 and then you update it?
No, the Switch 2 edition.
So I'm saying, is the cartridge a Switch 1 cartridge and then it comes with the update?
Yeah, the update's on the cartridge. It's a Switch 2 cartridge that you can also use in your Switch 1 if you want to.
Okay.
Nice.
Yep.
All right, fellas, I gotta go.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
What's going on tomorrow? Why should people be checking you out tomorrow? What's happening?
Oh man, so check this out. I know you guys have heard of a little guy named Angry Vigilante. He is going to be going up against in a debate. So if y'all didn't get enough of debating, he is going against
real debate, moderator and everything.
He's going against the champ, my boy, the Muhammad Ali of the debate Nintendo world. He's going against Shadow Fox tomorrow, so that is going to be quite an epic duel. Expect feelings to be hurt. Expect people to cry. Expect emotions all over the place, because it's going down tomorrow at 9:00 Eastern Standard Time. You can catch it on my channel, the Sandstorm Rebirth channel. You can catch it on Shadow Fox's channel, and you can catch it on Angry Vigilante's channel. And let's just say if you miss it, you definitely don't want to miss Prime's recap of it.
Yeah, I'll be reacting to it live on Friday night. I'm avoiding all spoilers till then. But guys, I'm not streaming tomorrow night. So you guys want to go catch it and already know what happens. And you make me have to get off my own Discord server because I don't want to know. I don't want to.
So basically, it's like Mortal Kombat, but with real people. Is what
saying. There'll be not the Nintendo version, not the Super Nintendo,
and not the green blood kind.
So yes, it's going to be an absolute great time. We are having polls too, so you definitely got to come through and put your polls for who you are feeling like.
Will there be dancers there?
I like what you did there.
You gotta have like at least a model like with the round one.
Somebody's gonna be shaking. So yeah, it's gonna be a great time. If you're not on the channel, we will also have it on the poll on Twitter as well. So you guys can head over to the Twitter as well. Sandstorm McD is the Twitter handle, and you can vote over there as well. We'll see everything. So yeah, get ready because it's gonna get crazy. It's gonna get really crazy. And the two topics, I can't tell you the topics yet. Prime already knows the tie. He knows the whole thing.
Yeah.
But I can't tell you the topics yet. But I can tell you that they are somewhat in Angry Vigilante's favor. However, how they get handled may not be how he wants to handle them. So
this is gonna be it. Oh, I can't wait. Can we move to Friday night already?
That's wild.
So yes, thank you guys so much for allowing me to come through. I'll see you guys again shortly. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Prime, Stash, Gamebird, Eric. Thank you all for allowing me to hang out with y'all for a little bit.
Yeah,
Pleasure,
now
man.
Go have the real fun.
Yeah, go have some real fun, and I'll definitely be tuning in as well. I want to see that.
Yeah.
Who
Not
you guys
that,
guys, don't do this again.
Whoa, hold up.
I will be tuning in to the debate. Okay. Not
Classic
again.
Stash right there. Classic
Literally
Stash.
classic.
Very
He's like-
classic.
He's like, all right, I'm here.
Hey guys, who you all be rooting for? By the way, let's go around. Let's go around the panel. Let's start with Mike Odyssey. Come on, Sandstorm's got 30 seconds. Mike Odyssey,
I'll
who
be
you
rooting for whomever for Sandstorm's boy because this is the first time I hear about the whole thing. So, I'll be tuning in at tomorrow after the mania.
To wind down for the night.
I mean, he already told me on the show. I'm gonna be watching. So
it sounds good. I'm surprised it's not on pay-per-view. Sandstorm, who are you voting for?
I can't give my answer because I'm Don King.
Fair
for
enough.
The whole thing.
That's right. I was testing you, dude. You passed. Eric.
Yeah.
Fuck man. Who you voting for?
Let's give Vigilante some ammo and we'll say that sorry.
All right. Stash man. Who you rooting
I
for?
mean, you already know. This isn't even rooting. You know what I mean? Like, I know the outcome. It's just more or less like what my entertainment level is going to be. And I think it's going to be pretty high. I'll just say that. I think it'll be high entertainment value.
Prime.
I'm rooting for the audience.
Yeah. That's a good answer.
Entertainment, baby.
That is a good call.
You know, listen, man, I'm an underdog guy. And so
David versus Goliath.
Vigilante and I we just found out we're best friends. So, so I'm gonna be Team Vigilante. Listen, man, underdog. You never know. David and Goliath.
Dude, you give him the pep talk beforehand. Tell him he needs to listen to Boats and Hoes.
I'm giving him the pep talk.
all right. So is there gonna be a recap somewhere? A recap like before everything happens. We need like a trailer recap so I can catch up and go watch the show before.
Oh man, I should have made a trailer for this.
Exactly,
you guys should have hit me up.
like,
You guys should have hit me up like a
the
week ago.
The best moments.
Yeah,
Good.
Because all of this was like behind the scenes to set up. Anyway, I may have a short video after everything to get.
Hey, if there's ever a round two, if anything like this gets set up again in the future, let me know. I'll make a hype reel trailer for it. It'll be rad. It'll be rad. I'll do like the interviews. I'll clip like the interviews of like the shit talking and stuff like that with the flaming versus symbol and stuff and missing teeth. Dude, I'll make it great with the weight class and all that stuff. I'll go all out. I promise you.
Man, this is absolutely pay-per-view level. This is truly pay-per-view level. So yes, make sure you guys come through tomorrow, 9:00 Eastern Standard Time is the time. In Shadow's words, he said, "Pull up, whatever time, I'll make it happen." so he's out for blood. So we'll see what
Love
happens.
All right, man. Well, good luck tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. See you
All
guys
right, man.
later.
Go on.
Take care, man.
Hey, so to the topic, one thing
Yeah.
I was going to mention too about the pricing is that with the multiplayer that you mentioned, Mike, in tandem with that, I think we got to look at what games are going to continue having developers
Yeah.
working on the game. And of course, Mario Kart's going to be supported the entire gen. Smash Brothers, very likely. Splatoon, very likely. And Animal Crossing, very likely. So all these games are going to have constant development. I mean, there's still updates that we're getting on Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, in the last month or so. There was an update.
Mhm.
So I look at it that way too, because I think the first probably few years, some of these games will probably have a good bulk of the developers still assigned to the game. Because there's obviously still worlds being made in Mario Kart World, for example. So yeah, maybe that's one thing to factor. Maybe that's why DK costs 70.
Yeah.
Because, it's not going to have constant development, but maybe it's 70 because they already have planned an expansion or DLC down the road that they're planning on charging you 20 for. And now it's $90 all in.
Mhm.
Stuff like that makes me think.
That's normal, though. That's what we see across the board for all the companies.
I know Nintendo tries
that's
to not do it.
Yeah, they try and not do it. That is one weird thing about, like, we look at like Kirby and Breath of the Wild, and obviously they're older games now, so people are going to get upset. Nintendo charges full price; they don't really discount their games. But if you just look at it at face value, you're buying the game at its retail price, and then you're paying a normal DLC price for those.
Yeah,
so it's not that odd. Most people. There's 150 million Switches out there. Most people who want a Switch bought a Switch. Most people who wanted to play Kirby or wanted to play Zelda bought and played those games. I imagine the majority of people playing these Switch 2 versions are just doing the $10, $20 upgrades. Right? Don't you think so? The majority of people?
Yeah.
I feel like most people aren't dropping $80 for the first time on Kirby and the Forgotten Land.
I'm not.
Yeah, you'd think so. I'd be interested to see those sales numbers.
Absolutely.
The shareholder meeting's Friday, right?
Is it this Friday? Wow, it's coming up fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we'll be talking about that next week.
They're gonna mention Switch 2.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
I think that's highly likely.
Yeah, you know how many meetings we were like?
Yeah, that was always the thing. Now
I find out if they're gonna mention Switch 2.
Yeah.
It's over.
Yep.
It's all over.
I mean, theoretically, just to throw my 2 cents in here, people are going to bitch about price no matter what. I mean, you look at, yes, Nintendo kind of did it themselves, but the tour game, by basically marketing it as a, demo for the thing, people are bitching about the $10 price point on that. There's going to be people out there that are bitching that Dragon Drive is 20. It's like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't sometimes. It's going to be interesting to see how they kind of it'll be interesting to see where Nintendo views its tiers of how its software is at. And I can also maybe some of these ones that they want to kind of maybe get some more people into, maybe they will give a little discount on to maybe bring a few more people into it, getting the idea of them buying it and coming into it, and then slowly ramp the price up on the next few games to, maybe keep people, and you might lose a few, but hopefully you gained more than you've lost. And it's going to be definitely a weird thing to see kind of how Nintendo plays this out, and hopefully it's for the better, but we don't know.
I just realized something, thinking about, Stashman did a breakdown of the pricing that we've gotten, this variable pricing. And was it $60 you said that we haven't gotten? Is that the one?
No,
30.
we got. Yeah, it's just 30. That was it.
30.
Everything else
okay.
we fit.
Okay, well then this is kind of a moot point. Because I was thinking it was 60 for a second. But that being said, what do we think Metroid Prime 4 is going to cost? Because this is not, this isn't a system seller. This isn't a super mainstream IP. It's niche. Yeah, it's a critical darling, but it's niche when it comes to consumers. Could this be a $59.99 game because they want to sell it? Obviously, Metroid Prime Remaster is a hell of a lot more impressive and not just visually, but just the work that went into it than Luigi's Mansion 2 HD remaster and Donkey Kong Country Returns HD remaster. And that was charged $40, $20 less than those games. What are we thinking for Prime 4? Nate, you had your hand up. What's going on, man?
Yeah, it's obvious. It's going to be 60 on Switch 1, 70 on Switch 2.
Yeah.
Just like every Switch 2 edition game.
I think that's
Look,
right.
Metro Prime 4 is a AAA budget.
Yeah.
Regardless of anything we want to say, they rebooted development, major studio. I know that you can talk about, remaster was 40. Sure. And that was a remaster. That was not a new game.
It's
Dread was 60. Dread was 60. So it's going to be 60 on Switch 1, 70 on Switch 2.
That's 8 years of writing paychecks.
Yeah,
with no product.
Mm-hmm.
Let that sink in. Think about how much staff. Think about all the people that you've paid that don't even work there anymore.
I got the pricing. It's gonna be $10.99 a month.
It's gonna be a subscription.
Yeah.
The subscription game. God damn it!
All right,
Battle Pass.
boot him now for just suggesting that. Jesus,
damn
no,
no, it's you got to do a down payment for $50 and then
my
$10.99 after that. They have to get all that back on them.
I think all this management of Indie Mania has fried the brain.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I literally don't see how it can be anything other than 60 and 70.
Mm-hmm.
Again, Dread was 60.
I think if this didn't go through the hell it went through, you may have gotten it for a little cheaper, but
I don't think so. Dread didn't had any development hell, and as a side scroller, and they charged 60.
Yes, but I can also see them maybe doing it a little bit cheaper to maybe get, because you captured with Dread more people than what you normally did. You bring 4 in, and it's a completely different experience, but it's Metroid, so you can still hopefully grab more people and bring them into Metroid.
I have the counter.
Okay,
here's the counter. Dread outsold Prime Remaster, despite being $20 more because it's a new game, right? And also it's the best-selling Metroid ever.
Yep.
Okay, so we have that established.
Yeah.
What does a cheaper price tell someone about a game?
What did it tell people about? Okay, I was about to say, what did it tell people about Expedition? Yeah.
Well, Expedition 33. Here's what it tells people: it's an indie game.
Yeah.
It is AAA quality. I'm not doubting that, but it was made by an independent studio, published by an indie publisher. It was not published by a big AAA publisher. And there are more than 30 people working on Metroid Prime 4.
No,
just want to put that out there.
Tall Show is correct. Dread did have development hell. It was canceled for a long time.
Okay, the studio that made Dread
over a decade, 15 years.
Yeah.
I know, obviously.
The team that made Metroid Dread they didn't. Yeah, they weren't the team that originally did. But
that's 15 years of uncashed paychecks right there.
But think about it. Drag X Drives, $20. What does that tell you?
It took like a week to make.
Yeah, it's not a premium Nintendo experience. Welcome to her, $10. What does it tell you? Ain't no Donkey Kong Bonanza.
That you're getting gypped.
Yeah.
Sure. But the point is that when Nintendo does lower prices, they're telling you this is not a premium game.
And I'm not saying they have to lower prices by much, but
here's the thing.
And honestly,
to lower the price means you're selling it cheaper than you sold Metroid Dread for. So you're saying Prime 4 is not up to par with a side-scrolling Metroid game, price-wise. That just doesn't make sense to me.
I said it was. I could see a possibility.
I
never said it was true.
So I actually I'm glad you brought this point up because I actually think that's what Nintendo thought by releasing Metroid Prime Remaster at $40, and I don't think it helped the game. I actually don't think the $40 price point helped Metroid Prime Remaster.
Was that before or after Dread?
After.
Yeah. It was after Dread?
Yeah.
After.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think it hurt it either, man. I got to be honest with you, and here's why. It's a remaster of a GameCube game.
So
what? I mean, people are upset about.
We've HD Luigi's Mansion 2.
Yeah, and people are upset about that.
People are not upset about the remaster of Metroid Prime because it's like one of the best looking games on Switch. They had way more work put into it.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just saying. I don't think anyone was. Here's the thing. I don't think Metroid Prime has found a way to break through yet. I think there's something. Even though, listen, I think there's something more appealing about Dread to gamers. You know, people love those classic Metroidvanias. I mean, look at a small game like Silksong. That's a little indie game. It's their second game, and the hype and the mystique, and every year, where's Silksong? Where's Silksong? So I find games like Dread to be a little bit more commonplace and more mainstream. I feel like Prime is a harder sell.
So what's the second best selling Metroid game of all time?
I don't know.
Metroid Prime. It was the best until Dread. So like it was the most appealing Metroid until Dread came out. It's one of those things that I'm not. By the way, I'm not complaining that Metroid Prime Remaster is $40. They also shadow dropped it, which I don't think helped either. That was like a slap in the face. A lot of Metroid fans were upset about the shadow drop because it's like, so no marketing. We're happy with the $40, but no marketing at all for literally one of the. To give you an idea, Metroid Prime was a 95 rated game on GameCube. We're talking about one of Nintendo's premier games they've ever released.
Yeah,
they could have do that for Ocarina of Time 3D. They wouldn't do it for that. We just mentioned 2 HD had more marketing.
Yeah, and I think this is a point that I find more valid than the price hurting it. I think shadow dropping this game. There's a lot of people who own Switch who've probably never even heard of Metroid Prime, to be fair. What they should have done is what we've seen with remasters and remakes of critically acclaimed games in the past. They should have done like the mysterious trailer with the music kicking into the background, and when you see all the what do you call them, the oh my gosh, the leaves and stuff with all the critical 10 out of 10s, 9 out of 10s, and you're just seeing like the list dropping. One of the highest reviewed games ever on a Nintendo console finally returns, and like build the hype.
Yeah.
People will be like, oh shit, this is one of the most critically acclaimed Nintendo games.
I will say, the reason that I feel like the price hurt it, because Metroid Dread's the best selling Metroid ever, that means there's a lot of people that was their first ever Metroid.
Yeah.
Okay. I think for people that was their first ever Metroid, they hear about a new Metroid game just came out, but it's $40 and just got shadow dropped. Oh, it's worse than Dread. I'm not gonna go pick that one up.
Yeah. I think the movie is gonna help.
Lesser experience. You're charging. Well, that was my point in asking. What do games priced lower than the standard tell consumers often? That it's a lesser experience than the more expensive game. I'm not saying that holds up to be true. There's so many indie games that we know are significantly better than AAA, including Expedition 33 this year. So much better than most of the games that came out this year. But those are like the exceptions. In general, from a company that makes AAA level games, you know, Drag X Drive, $20. You know, you're $80 for Mario Kart, $40 for Metroid Prime. So you're telling me this game's like half as good as Mario Kart?
I mean, honestly, I think people are going to think that Dragon Drive is steep.
Well,
just based on what we've seen of the game. But I hear what you're saying, though.
Yeah. No, I mean, today the reactions have been pretty good to Dragon Drive being $20. But Also, those are people that already know about the game. It's will the general consumer pick it up for $20? Obviously, we have no idea. But it's still for 20, even at $20, people might think it's too expensive. My point was just that, like, when Nintendo has games that are lower priced, people just generally feel that they're lesser quality games. And so I don't see a world where Prime 4 could be lower. The argument is obviously that Metroid, like, the argument is always the same argument for economy 101, right? You release cheaper and sell more units and hope to make it up in sales. But I haven't seen that always proven true with video games. Lower prices haven't always increased sales unless you're reducing price on a sale. So, like, you're taking Last of Us and you're dropping it down to $30. Like, okay, yeah, you see a little sales bump doing that, but that's not what you released it at. And I'm not saying that it shouldn't work that way. As an example, if Spider-Man 3 comes out from Sony and they charge $40, I would pray to God that would increase sales. I would really hope, because, like, they built up a reputation with the Spider-Man games. Like, why is it 40? I don't know, but so we'll see. Because even when we talk about, like, Expedition 33, right? Like, yeah, one of the best games this year. It's not even close to one of the best selling games.
Yeah.
Because people associate price with quality. It sucks.
So would it benefit Prime 4 to be 80?
It would, in a way.
In a way, yes. But I also think, it would make people go into it with the expectation of this being one of the best games Nintendo's ever made.
I feel like, and this is just.
But I don't think it would sell. Like, if your point is, like, would it sell more copies at 80? That I'm not sure about. And the big thing to remember is it's cross-gen with Switch 1. So, like, that means it's 70 on Switch 1, and they're not going to do that on Switch 1. So, like, that's why I think 70 is, like, the top out for Switch 2, because it's also a Switch 1 game.
Yeah. I feel like if Prime 4 costed 80 on Switch 2, I feel like there would be an expectation for the visual fidelity to reach a standard that it doesn't on the Switch 2 version we see today. Not that the game isn't beautiful and running, at its high frames per second with the mouse controls. I just feel like there would be an expectation visually to have that $80 price point on Nintendo's next gen system. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah. By the way, I'm glad that we have some dissent. I love it. This is what I live for on the show. We need more dissent. Remember, like, wasn't it like a couple episodes ago, I had to play devil's advocate for like 2 straight topics, and I'm like, okay, literally, I don't even believe half the shit I'm saying, but someone's got to make these arguments, because otherwise we're all just gonna be like, yep, we agree. Yep. I'm like, okay, come on.
Yeah, that gets boring.
I disagree with everything.
We could discuss themes again.
Oh, here we go. We do disagree on that. There is a legit disagreement there. Are we good on this topic, Stash?
Yeah, we're good. I think we're ready for you.
All right. So our last topic today, we're going over premium third-party accessories. It's not the cheapos, because most people don't care about the cheapos. If a cheapo accessory doesn't work out, get your refund, move on with your day, right? Or if for some reason they have a shitty refund policy and they don't give you anything, whatever, you're out like $10-20. Most people will just leave an angry review and move on. Not so when you're talking about premium accessories. And in the Nintendo space, Switch 2 in particular, but on Switch there was 2 premium options on Switch. It was, especially for grips in particular, there was Satisfy, and then there was Genki. Switch 2, we now have a third. We now have a third on the premium level. When we say premium, we're talking $50 or more for a grip. That goes into, God, Benatis, you're throwing me, you fucker. I might as well show it. Fucking Mr. P is a big theme fan after. Anyways, thank you for the $5, but fuck you. That means I love you, man, but fuck you. I say it with love. So no, when See, now my whole thought process is thrown off. God damn it. D-Brand joined in,
Yes.
right? So we got 3. So we have Satisfy still doing their thing, Genki and D-Brand. Genki, infamously, at the moment, has an ongoing lawsuit from Nintendo because they showed renders of the actual Switch 2 before Nintendo revealed it. And they had Nintendo branding at their booth at, I think, was it CES or whatever event happened in January.
Yeah.
They had literally Nintendo's branding and the logo and renders. They had 3D prints as well. I don't know if they would have got in trouble if that's all they would have had there. But anyways, so setting that aside, I don't know what's going on with that lawsuit, and I'm not going to ask Genki what's going on with the lawsuit. That's legal stuff. Not my concern. My concern is the accessories. So Genki released the Attack Vector. The Attack Vector is their premium option. And that is, I believe, I'm glancing right now. What does it say? It is $50 to $60. 60 includes the travel front. That's pretty much just like this one on D-Brand. This plastic shell that goes over the top for 60, or you can get it without that for 50. And the Attack Vector, they were shipping it on day one. So people were had this on day one if you pre-ordered it. And there was all these issues. Okay, so this is a warning. You can see 16 days ago. For those of you who got Genki Attack Vector, it'll be a tight fit in your Switch 2 dock. So they claimed that the Attack Vector is dockable, but it's so tight that it was actually scratching people's screens. Most people do not consider it dockable if you're damaging your system to dock it. Okay, it's a problem. You can't claim something's dockable and then people's switches are getting damaged.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that sentiment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But that's not the only problem. So as you scroll down here, there's more and more issues that were coming up. Slim enough to slide right in. That's obviously not true. At least it wasn't at launch. And then part 2, another message from Genki's Discord server. The Attack Vector loves to seal in heat when it's docked. So for some reason, probably because it's such a damn tight fit, it's not letting heat escape the back of the system. Why? Well, if you think about it, when you put it in the dock, it's actually kind of loose in the dock, right? So that's allowing there to be a little air gap between it and the back of the dock. Well, if you get rid of that air gap, now you have full heat transfer from the Switch 2 through the back of the Attack Vector onto the dock, and now there's no airflow in there. You're going to increase heat. Okay. So that is something people were noticing, is that their Switch 2s were getting even hotter than when they didn't have it on. All right. Some of the grips were coming in chipped and damaged as well. A Switch 2 encased in Attack Vector was causing connection and display issues with the Switch 2 dock. The TV was hooked up to. Again, just doesn't seem dockable, right? The Joy-Con connectors would kind of be wiggly and wobbly, like when you would, because they had similar ones like D-Brand where they detach like this, but you would sometimes just be there holding it, and if you move your hand, sometimes the whole thing would come off with your hand, even though you didn't take your Joy-Con off. So that's not good. Also, the Attack Vector case reported multiple Discord users in Genki server has a bottom lip which keeps coming off when undocked from the Switch 2. So the bottom lip that holds it on would just like this one here on D-Brands would just come off, right? So there's just a whole bunch of issues, right? It keeps going on and on and on. There's just a bunch of issues, including with their sleeper case. And the issue with the sleeper case, it turns out, is that the factory was using the wrong glue or something, and so the zipper would just come off the case, which would kind of suck if you're walking around holding a case with your Switch 2 and then all of a sudden the zipper just falls off. It's a problem. And I don't mean like the little zipper itself. I mean the whole zipper assembly just falls off and your case opens up and out drops your Switch 2. Yeah, that's a problem. That's not good. So yeah, a bunch of defects.
Steve, hold up. Steve, look at the private chat, man. Look at the private chat.
Okay. Let me see.
Sorry, Nate.
Okay. That being said, so the Attack Vector has all these problems. All right, whatever, right? And here, just to make this easier for everyone, we'll do this. So there's all these problems with the Attack Vector. So one thing that Genki, I know what Genki's doing to solve these problems, but the problem Genki had is not only were they available day one, they have like a no refund policy if you open the package.
Oof.
What?
Yeah.
This isn't a video game.
What?
Yeah.
It's not like you're copy it.
Yeah, it's literally on their website in the refund policy. If you open it, only unopened products can be returned. So if you open it, which of course you did, you can't return it, right? So I'll get to what Genki solutions were, but the problem is Genki has no clear public communication on what they're doing. Okay. Still, right now they don't. There has been communication, but only on their Discord server. That's not, most of your customers aren't on your Discord server. So now you're just relying on people leaking messages from Discord. Now, Stash and the crew here, they already know. I've shared all the messages from Discord. But the point is that that's how they found out what the solutions were, because there's no public statement on the solutions. So here is what the solutions are. And this is where Good Guy Genki comes in. They are a small company. They're trying to do right. One, they are offering refunds for the first time ever on open products for the attack vector. So you can request a refund. Two, you don't have to request a refund. They will send everybody. They went back to redesign the attack vector and fix the sleeper case. And in July, they're going to send everyone who has one a new one. Okay, cool. I mean, it's pretty much all you can do. Offer refunds or offer to send people the fixed product when it exists, which it'll exist in July. So Genki's problem was they rushed to market, right? They rushed to market. They wanted to be first. They wanted to get ahead of Satisfy. They wanted to get ahead of D-Brand. And it just turns out that, you know what? It kind of works in their favor in the lawsuit against Nintendo. Maybe they didn't have a Switch 2. Because they would have discovered all the issues that they had.
Oh, yeah.
So it's kind of like this might have worked in their favor for the lawsuit, but not great for their public reputation with consumers. Right? So that's Genki. All right. And Genki had a really good reputation before this. All their products highly reviewed, yada, yada. Now, people are not review bombing the attack vector too bad. I think it's like a 4.2 on their website. It is one of their worst reviewed products, but it's not getting too bad. It was at 3.6, but I think it's because people started realizing they will give you refunds or they will send you a new one. They might have sent out emails to everyone, that I don't know because I didn't buy one. So I don't know if they contacted everyone via email. So that could be what's saving the reviews for now. So I don't know what the product's going to be or look like or how it's going to work. Some people also had other complaints about they have so the Genki one, how it's different than DRAM is that they got swappable grips back here. Some people were complaining that the swappable grips were loose and would fall off all the time. I didn't experience that at PAX East. They were a little tough to put on, but once they were on, they stayed on. So I got to touch this at PAX East. I didn't think that was gonna be a problem, but that's obviously their unit they're showing off that they know works, right? That's not a mass manufactured run. That's a private unit they showed off. Also, they
showed off their private unit.
Yes, they did. I got a picture with the private unit on my wall.
Oh no!
They also have a MagSafe magnet that's meant to attach battery packs or any other MagSafe accessory you want to attach. That's one of the unique features of it. It being dockable, well, D-Brands is not. That's one of their touted features. And so. Yeah. Okay. So problems, not good. People spend $50+ $60. Maybe they even went and bought the $70 battery bank accessory they have, and now they have a thing that's just it's not doing what it promised. Not good. Or you bought the sleeper case with it, and now the sleeper case, the zipper's breaking. Like it shouldn't be breaking, not anytime soon. It should be years and years before you got to worry about the zipper having problems. And even then, usually if a zipper breaks, how does a zipper usually break, guys? Like it gets snagged, and then one of the teeth break or something, right? Like that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the literal thing coming detached from the damn case, right? So not good. All right. To get to Satisfy has not shipped any products yet. So we have no idea. They're still just taking pre-orders. It's probably fine because they were fine with their old ones, but so was Genki. So we don't know if there's any issues yet with the Satisfy Switch 2 ones. They're only taking pre-orders. So no issues there yet. Could there be some? Maybe, but we don't know yet. Then we get to D-Brand. And this is the one that people are coming at me and getting pissed at me about because I'm sponsored by them. And yes, folks, I still have 2 more ads I'm running for them in July. And D-Brand has one major issue and then one issue that's a bit more minor. And it's not universal. Well, I'll talk about that issue in a moment. The major issue is mostly with the right Joy-Con grip. And I'll show it. It's super easy. I've shown this before. If you only hold your system by the Joy-Con, you don't, no fingers on the back, just Joy-Con only, and you put it level like this, it falls off. Just like, I'm not doing anything special here. See, my finger's nowhere near that latch. It just falls off. Okay? And this isn't on every unit, but it is on some units. And I happen to have one that it does do it on. And it has to do with this lip that they put on here to prevent this from coming off. What's one of the things I mentioned was the issue with the attack vector. People would have this grip come off their Joy-Con without trying to pull their Joy-Con off. It just kind of slides. And Dbrand didn't want that issue, so they put a lip here. Well, that lip fills some of that gap. And if you played Welcome Tour, you know why that gap is there. So when you fill that gap, it creates a leverage point and it makes it pop off. Well, they didn't mean to fill the entire gap. And some of them came out of tolerance. Now, people molds. As someone who's a sponsor, you're a shill. Why didn't you mention this before it got mentioned on Reddit? Because I've never held a single Switch I've ever owned by the Joy-Con. Like alone. I've always picked up by the middle like this. Or when I go to grab it, I insert my hand underneath and my fingers are supporting the system. I've never once on Switch 1 or Switch 2 ever held it just by the Joy-Con. Ever. So I never knew this was a problem because I've never held my Switch that way.
Why would anybody do that?
But here's the thing. That's what Dbrand thought as well. So Dbrand responded to this originally with a novel. With a novel that most people broke down to Dbrand's just telling you you're holding it wrong. And to their credit, you have to hold it a very specific way for it to happen. Right? You have to hold it a very specific way for it to happen. So and in that long post, they explained everything. How they knew about Welcome Tour, and they did rigorous testing because Dbrand was not available day one. They waited till they had a Switch 2 on hand to verify things, and they still had this issue. The other issue that came up, and Dbrand's original response, people were really pissed about because they basically were telling people, we're not doing anything about it. You're just holding your system wrong. That's what people broke it down to. Lots of backlash over that post. Of course there is. That's not. Now, they were willing to, like, hidden in the novel they wrote was a really small section where they said, hey, if yours is out of tolerance, just email us and we'll send you a new one. But it was hidden in this like novel that, so most people didn't even realize you could do that. The other issue is you can dock this, but not in the dock. It comes with a dock accessory that slides into your dock, and then you put this in the front of your dock. And some people had two issues. One issue was people saying that, it's not as easy as the normal dock because you can't one-hand it out. You have to put one hand on their thing and then pull up. I've known this the whole time. I thought that's just how it worked. I didn't think anything of it. Apparently, people thought you should be able to one-hand it. You can't. It's like trying to one-hand remove a cable from the wall. Remember, you're plugging a USB-C cable in. You have to disconnect that. If you want to know why Nintendo's dock works one-handed, they put a spring mechanism in to help disconnect it. So you're actually getting help when you pull that up. It's not just your hand. There's a whole mechanism for it. That mechanism's patented, and they can't use that exact mechanism on theirs. So they're just basically plugging a cable in. Anyways, I don't think that's a big issue. The other issue people said is that it was scratching the bottom. It was scratching down here. Why? Because you're misaligning it when you put it in there. It's easier to misalign than the original dock is. Now, I pointed this out on a live stream. There's a dot. You can kind of see a shiny dot there. That dot at the bottom also has a dot on the actual dock thing. You're supposed to just line up the dots and then put it in, which is what I've been doing since day one. So I never thought this was a problem, but you know what? People manhandle things. Right? It's just the way it is. All right, fine. So what are they doing about it? Dbrand finally gave the right response. I'll show it since I showed the other one because this is what I think Genki should have done as well. They should have made a public statement. And D-Brand first public statement really bad. Second public statement really good. So this breaks down what they tried to summarize what they said with 2%. Like literally, they're not kidding. This is like about 2% of the original length. This post right here is about 2% of the original length of the post they made.
Jesus.
When I say it was a fucking novel, it was a novel. And it just felt like it was a bunch of excuses and you're holding it wrong. Anyways, so when you hold the Switch 2 in a specific way, detachment between the Joy-Cons and the remainder of the console can occur. Some experience this issue, some do not. This discrepancy is due to a manufacturing tolerance issue on the retaining lip. Anyone who suffers, and then they mentioned like could reach out and we'll get them. This is just them summarizing the last one. And then it says this Joy-Con detaches from the console to this Joy-Con and the rest of the console detached from the adhesive. So they said one of the solutions that you could use is you could use an adhesive to keep it attached as well. But then that breaks down over time, like a double-sided tape kind of situation. So it doesn't slide off because they're saying that lip is holding this on, so it doesn't slide off. Okay, fine. So they said, okay, so they're just explaining why they didn't go with the adhesive route. So they go down here because basically the way to solve it obviously is you don't have a detachable handle like the Satisfy one. That's not detachable. You can't detach your Joy-Con and keep it in the grip. They wanted to make one that you can detach and keep it in the thing. So that's their choice on what they want to do. So they've read through all of this stuff. They talked about just briefly that they were getting death threats over it, which they were. If you go back to the original post and read the comments, there was some pretty nasty stuff being said about it. But this is the part here that I love. As easy it is to boil our original post down to you're holding it wrong, what we're sober to now is the point that you should be allowed to hold it however the fuck you want without detachment occurring. And we get it. So please continue dunking on us for the next 6 to 8 months for reincarnating Steve Jobs. That's them basically saying, yeah, we know we fucked up. And you know what? We should have never blamed you. You should be able to do that. It's stupid. They're not backing up that it's a stupid way to hold your system, but you can do it without ours things on. So you should be able to do it with it on. So however the fuck you want. So this is what they're doing. The good news is everyone, whether or not you're experiencing this issue, so even if it's not a problem, you're going to get a free replacement. And the replacement, because there's good stock and bad stock, they said it's because what they're working on right now is even better. Then they go over 2 things they're doing. They want to do this second one, but they aren't sure if it's mass manufacturing. They tried this in testing, and it failed the first time they tried to mass manufacture it. They're going to try it again on July 10th and see if it works. But either way, they have this option as well. The long story short is basically they're replacing everyone's units, whether it's a problem or not. And everyone's going to get emails. You don't have to contact them. They're going to reach out to you to ask if you want it replaced.
Just as a caveat from reading that, it's just the Joy-Con parts. It's not the dock, or not the back panel. It's just the Joy-Con parts of it.
Yeah, it's just the stuff that's attached to the Joy-Cons.
Yes. Yeah. Just so
yeah, there's no issues with anything else.
Yeah. Besides, just so people aren't thinking they're gonna get the back panel and everything, the full on.
No, it's just the Joy-Cons. It's just the part that's the problem. Now they do say in here, I guess I shouldn't have stopped sharing it. Because I talked about the dock part. The reason I brought that up is they did actually respond to the dock part and some of the issues people had. Where is it? What about the dock issues? So he says there are 2 dock adapter issues at play here. The dock adapter doesn't pass connection between the NS2 and the TV. If this is happening, it just means that you have a lemon. So it means you got a broken one, and they will replace it for free. So we explained this elsewhere, but we'll restate here. The dock adapter is just a USB 4 cable with a female USB-C on one end. Like I said, you're plugging a cable in. That's all you're doing. Like any high-speed cable, a single bad pin or a misaligned trace or any strain during manufacturing and assembly could knock it out. So if you have a lemon, so if that's a problem where you're just not getting the signal, contact us with your order number. We'll get you a replacement. Then they address the point about the one-handed removal. The console can't be removed with one hand from the dock adapter. This really is just a result of us not wanting to add friction between the dock adapter and the OEM dock. So one of the solutions is they obviously could have made it thick enough that it sticks inside the dock and it's really hard to remove from the dock. And they didn't want to do that. because that might damage the dock itself, the OEM dock. They don't want to damage that. So any additional material that causes interference fit between the dock and the OEM dock could result in a misalignment or undue stress on the original dock. By keeping it a touch loose, we can ensure proper registration of the dock adapter, regardless of tolerance discrepancies. All right. I recognize it's not a seamless one-handed solution like the original dock, which features a spring and plunger to aid in removal, but the addition of those two parts to build a more seamless removal would also necessitate a front wall, which when paired with a full body case could cause thermal regulation problems, which is exactly what is happening with Genki. They're trying to avoid the Genki problems. So that's why they didn't want to even put this in the dock. No, we want an external dock so there's open air and we don't have this problem. Okay. This is what's cool. This is where D-Brand, I think, is finally getting it. So D-Brand, for those that you guys don't know, they're known for their skins, right? That's what they built their company as, making skins. Skins for your phone, for your controllers, for everything. This person says, perhaps you can offer some sort of skin or something to go around the port of the console then. Since the current dock design can cause scratches if you misalign putting it in, right? Like you're jamming the USB-C cable, and you miss the port, you hit it on the side, it can scratch it. D-Brand says, not a bad idea. We'll look into this. Could even potentially bundle it with the Joy-Con replacements. So just give it to you for free. You're going to take it back to the team. They'll update on July 10th. So obviously we don't know for sure if they're going to do that, if they're going to give a skin down there for scratches. The point is D-Brand's being good guy D-Brand. Now, to bring this all around, one, do we think all these products were rushed to market? Two, besides Satisfy, which we can't comment on because it's not out yet, so we don't know if there's any problems. Two, how do we feel about all of this? Because these are the premium accessories. These are the companies we've been talking about. We've been talking. Thunderstad, big fan of Genki's products, right?
Big.
I was glowing about the Genki products when I touched them at PAX East, but I never got to put them in a Switch 2 back then. Obviously, D-Brand, I'm sponsored by them. Is there a conflict with me because they have a issue with their product? Like, I can't cancel the sponsorship. Money's already been exchanged. So I have to do these 2 more ads. But is it bad if I do more with them? So what are you guys all thinking? Because I feel like I technically am not impartial because I've been sponsored. So I really want to get your guys' thoughts on this because I am sponsored. And because of that, people are going to think whatever I say is sugar-coated in money. But you guys are not paid by any of these companies.
Except Nintendo. No, I'm just kidding.
There's even negotiations going on behind the scenes with Genki for my channel. I don't think that's happening for any of you guys. So I might even be getting paid by Genki soon. So literally, I probably am the worst person to talk about this. So let's go to Stash first, who has a history with some of these products. What are your thoughts on all this?
I think it goes back to what I said a few weeks ago when we was talking about the kill switch. I really think everything was rushed to market across the board. And we thought the D-Brand was the outlier, remember? And it appears that they weren't. And that's okay. They're doing the right thing. Genki's doing the right thing. I think that's the biggest takeaway is that they're all doing the right thing. They're getting things fixed. They all made similar mistakes. I feel like the 2 things. One, they didn't have Switch 2s. But 2, the mold that they had, the prints, the 3D print, the specs were off. I really believe that. I still do. Because there's also accessories like bags, like carrying cases and stuff. I've had people talk to me on Twitter and on DM saying that, hey, by the way, so for heads up, don't buy this case because it doesn't even fit what it says it should. And they've literally sent me pictures as proof. This has been on multiple cases. So I'm like, when does this ever happen? I think this is what happened, though. This is the scenario, is that they had the wrong specs. Everybody did. And we're all living in that world now, right? Now, I don't have anything. I didn't buy any cases. Like the add-on cases. Obviously, JSOC sent me stuff. Everything works there, but I wanted to take a wait and see kind of thing, and I'm also, working with Extreme, right? So I'm going to be customizing like my whole Switch too, like removing the case and everything, putting some fantastic colors on there. So
Yeah.
for me, it doesn't make sense to get a case because it
I
would
could
cover
tell
the whole
you-
thing up.
I could tell you where they went wrong because remember, guys, I've had this mock-up for a while. This is sent by an accessory maker. I can already tell you what the difference is. It is the right dimensions and everything's perfect. You know what's not on any of these mock-ups and probably wasn't in any of the dimensions because why would it be in any of the dimensions? There's no gap. There's no gap.
Yeah.
There's no gap. It's all flush. And when you just get dimensions of things, the dimensions of the Joy-Con are fine. They're right. But there's an intentional gap that wouldn't be part of the dimensions because it's just air, it's just space.
Yeah.
And so I think that's what happened is that wasn't in any of the dimension stuff. So that's because that's the one thing I noticed when I put this in the cases. All the cases I have do fit the Switch 2, but it's kind of funny that some of them, this one fits a little bit better.
So sounds like that's the case.
Yeah. But again,
pun intended.
I only brought this up because I know I'm the only one on the team here that has this particular thing. So that's why. But again, this is a topic that I need other people's thoughts because I've had money handed to me. This
Look,
stuff.
I'm not upset at Genki. I'm not upset at D-Brand. Clearly, you don't want this to happen as a company. You know what I mean? Like this was not done on purpose. I think everything was done in good faith, and I also wonder if really was it so much that it was rushed to the market, or that again they had the wrong specs and that they didn't account for the gap, something that they wouldn't have even known. So yeah, I give everyone a pass on this truly, and I think you should continue doing deals with D-Brand and Genki. I think they're both good companies.
Well, that was my thing. Like, I was all for the D-Brand deal because they're such a highly reputable company that's made quality products. And when they had issues with the kill switch originally on the Steam Deck, they did right by everyone and fixed everything. So I wasn't even worried. Genki is a company I've never even used their products, but you spoke glowingly about them. Bob Wolf spoke glowingly about him in person when I was talking to him because he's been using their products too. So it's like, well, two people I trust are telling me that these things are great, but all of a sudden I've never even had one in person, and here all these issues come up with their premium, their most expensive product they're selling for Switch 2. And it's like, okay, well, what you want to see is obviously the response, and the response from everyone's been the correct one, even though I think Genki should have made a bit more of a public statement, because that also would have helped with the press around their product as well. Because I am in direct contact with like the top person at the company right now. Literally, I'm meeting with him next week, and I have a lot of questions. And I'm sure they got a lot of questions for me. And they have a lot of unannounced products coming for Switch 2. And, my number one concern is always going to be, okay, are these products going to have problems?
Yeah.
Because that's what everyone's going to want to know now. Like, hey, your launch product.
It is a legitimate question.
Yeah. So, because, they want to work with me. They want to sponsor stuff. And D-Brand never gave me a bad response behind the scenes. As soon as this issue popped up, I emailed them, and they literally, everything you saw in that post they put up, I already knew they were going to do it before they did it. I didn't even know they made a public post that was a novel that they kind of basically blamed the user. So, and D-Brand's a bigger company. So I fully believe that first message was sent by like a lower level, I'm just the PR guy, let me just deal with this. And then when the response happened, the upper management came in and said, what the fuck are you doing? And then they did the right thing. Because the contact I have with D-Brand behind the scenes is he's like a manager there. So I was hearing all this stuff that wasn't being said publicly yet before they did it. So I feel like, look, I'm going to have biases. But my bias is based on my own experience. Notice that this is an issue. This is an issue that mine has, and I haven't taken it off my Switch 2 because I'm not worried about it. Nor did I tell Dbrand that I wanted new ones. They're going to send them to me anyways. But I didn't tell them I wanted new ones. I literally use this every day. I like it. I actually like the kill switch, and I've had no issues with the dock. I have no scratches on the bottom because I've never misaligned it in the dock. I don't know. When I hear people doing that and scratching, I kind of think, "Are you a dumbass?" I'm like, it's not like I'm sitting there and being super careful putting it in there. I see dot, push down, it's in. I don't, but I know not everyone's as careful. Kids especially are never as careful, right? And some adults can be lazy about their products. They expect it just to work as well as the OEM dock, which is not something they ever claimed. The seamlessness that they mentioned on their website, if you actually look at where they talk about it, it's about the taking on and removing of this, like how easy this is to take off and put on. That's what they were talking about, how seamless it is to take this on and off. They weren't talking about the dock, but people thought they were talking about the dock because that's the next topic they go on to on the website. But anyways, so for me, it's tough because I'm getting called a shill when I'm just trying to deliver the messages that are telling me to the public. Well, you're not sharing anything negative. I'm like, what do you mean? The fact I'm even talking about this whole thing's negative. Mm-hmm. Like if I was just a shill, I wouldn't even talk about it at all, and I just run more ads. But I literally told Dbrand, how am I supposed to run ads right now when I'm just going to get yelled at? I'm going to get blamed because people are buying it off my recommendation because I legitimately like this thing. And I'll probably legitimately like the new attack vector because I will have never used the original one.
It seems like nothing works that it was supposed to. For example, like all the third-party docks, they don't work. Like docks that were supposed to work. And it's not just BenQ, it's all of them. None of the third-party docks work.
The Aver Media one that I had a sponsorship with, yeah, I'm allowed to say this. Yeah, actually, they told me to say this. They did release a firmware update, and it works with Switch 2 now.
Good. I talked to BenQ. They're working on a firmware update, but they had to contact like the chip company to do the firmware update.
And Aver had a beta one out like the day of launch, and it worked mostly. But you couldn't get the what was it? You couldn't get the 120 pass through because it had 120 pass through, and the 120 pass through wasn't working with the beta one. And then that's all fixed now and all works. So,
beautiful.
Yeah, I'm happy. By the way, good job, Aver. You were on top of it. You even knew you were going to need a patch day one. So,
can I jump in?
Yes.
Yeah. My thoughts on this one. I mean, personally, I think it's negligence from all the companies. I don't think that necessarily means malicious or intentional. Doesn't mean they're purposefully doing anything bad, but I just think it's negligence. And negligence sometimes could be innocent with good intentions. I don't know if that's the case for all of them, but I do believe that everyone's trying to strike gold. Switch 2 is one of the hottest, or Switch was one of the hottest consoles to ever launch. Switch 2 is on the horizon. Obviously, everyone's racing to the mines to strike gold. Everyone wants to find the gold vein first. So I do think it's negligence. And I think anytime a company is selling a product that's not properly tested and has in the fine print that it's non-returnable, when it's not something like, like software that you could download and stuff like that.
That is one of the questions I'm going to bring up in my meeting next week with Genki. I'm going to be like, what's this open product non-returnable fun? What is that?
It is wild, and that is extremely anti-consumer, and I don't agree with that at any capacity. Now, we talked about multiple companies here, so for any of the companies or all of them, if they retconned that policy and are like, we understand there's an issue and we're going to take care of it, then good on them. Because when you're buying a product and when you're paying a premium dollar for a product, you should be buying something that works. Now, for me, I never, and this is a recommendation to a lot of people here. This isn't really regarding the cases and the grips and stuff, but when it comes to docks, I didn't buy any of the third-party docks for Switch 1. There were stories coming out about docks bricking consoles. It's new tech. We don't know how it works with proprietary Nintendo shit. So like for me, I'm a wait and see kind of guy with that sort of thing. I do think it was a misstep for Dbrand to tell customers that like you're just holding it wrong. I'm glad they went back on that and gave a more customer friendly response. Listen, if this was something that they already knew might happen, I'm assuming they didn't. But let's just say, for to play devil's advocate, that they knew that this was a possible issue. There should have been a sticker or a picture with the little circle, red circle with the line across, showing the like holding it like that. There should have been some sort of disclaimer. Yes, most people would not hold their Switch like that, but guess what? Just thinking as a consumer, I've got 3 kids. One of them's 8 years old. I have no idea how my brand new $450 Switch 2, how he's going to pick it up or hold it. Maybe he lets go with one hand and he's just holding the Joy-Con and it drops. Screen is shattered. Switch 2 is not working. So it is an issue, regardless of like who holds their Switch like that. So I just think I think it's bad communication. I don't think it's customer friendly. They retcon that. It sounds like they're wanting to make all the right moves now, and I'm all for that. I'm sure their products are going to be awesome when they figure it out, but this is a reason why, sometimes like it's best not to jump head on in. For me, it's carrying case. I buy the carrying case and I buy a screen protector and I wait and see. And I know there's going to be some good products out there, and I'm sure Genki and Dbrand have some amazing products. And Stash said, like, this is a big deal for companies like this. Like, no one wants this sort of thing to happen. No company is just intentionally gambling this. I believe you said they're smaller companies. Like, this could be detrimental.
Yeah,
to
Genki is small.
Genki, there we go. That could be detrimental, like catastrophic for a small company like this. Depending on people complaining about damages, the number of returns, like all the last minute fixes and the rush to fix the product. So like, I'm sure staff is stressing and struggling over this. But again, I think the big thing is accidents happen. Obviously, there's a form of negligence happening behind the scenes. Doesn't mean it's intentional. Something could be negligent that's not intentional. It's missing something, not taking maybe as much time as you needed for product testing. So I'm wishing the best for both those companies. I do think they have some interesting products. I hope they make everything right, and I hope customers that did have issues or did receive damage on their hardware get that squared away with the companies. I hope they do right by the customers. So that's my view on it. I hope that's not too brutal. Like,
no.
I'm just trying to be honest, man. Like,
no.
And again, I really want to stress, like, I understand the holding thing. It's just a bad consumer thing to say, because again, I've got 3 kids. I got an 8-year-old. I have no clue how. My 8-year-old doesn't even sit on the couch normally. He sits on the couch upside down with his legs doing the splits. So while eating Cheez-Its. So you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, so I definitely agree that all the companies, besides, I can't say Satisfy, product's not even out yet, but definitely Genki and Dbrand rushed to market, as did several other accessory makers. As Stash brought up, like these Switch 2 cases that are supposed to fit your Switch 2, but suddenly they don't, because maybe they didn't consider the gaps. So they didn't build enough tolerance in there in case it was a little bit bigger. So yeah, no, I agree that everyone, Genki especially, because they're small. See, Dbrand can survive this and just never make it again and move on. They've got so many other successful products in the tech space. Like, they don't, their Dbrand's huge. But Genki in particular, and this isn't me, Eddie, and everyone else at Genki, I'm not picking on you guys, but I know what you guys were trying to do. You wanted to be first to market, and you were, because you wanted to become the go-to accessory. And when that risk works, it's the same reason you took the risk at CES or whatever by having the models. When the risk works, man, is it a brilliant payoff. You can become the size of Dbrand when the risk works. But when it doesn't, it can be devastating. And it didn't work. So one, I'll just say this. I hope Genki is okay. They got the lawsuit with Nintendo, this backlash from consumers. So one, I don't want to see them go out of business because from what I can tell, their Switch 1 products and some of their other stuff have all been really high quality and have really high reviews for a reason, because people really like the products. They make quality stuff. But
and cool looking stuff, man. I mean, I was behind the scenes asking about Genki to both you and Stash. That battery that attaches, that has like that, it reminds me of like 80s / early 90s sci-fi aesthetic. I'm like, oh man, I'm all about that stuff. So
so it's interesting to me just because I get what Genki was trying to do, and obviously it backfired, and I hope they survive it and it's okay. I don't know who's going to become the go-to premium grip accessory maker moving forward. Satisfy might have just by default gotten the lead because their product's not out yet, which probably fundamentally means that maybe they had issues with their testing and they didn't bring the product to market yet. They're waiting till they get it right. And Satisfy has a sterling reputation from Switch 1.
I read his Twitter. He replied to a message and said that the reason why they haven't came out yet is because he's not going to put them up for sale and like start delivering them until he's completely satisfied. And I'm not saying that because it's a pun. He did legit say that. I laugh because I'm like, did you know what you just did there?
I love that you have to clarify that, knowing that no one's going to believe you if you don't.
Yeah. When you saw, Genki had all these problems day one. Now you're seeing the D-brand stuff. It's more advantageous that because they haven't come out yet, hey, whatever we're made, we've had all these test runs. There's just something off on every run, and we're not quite getting this right. We're not dropping this. Like we might have pre-sales. We ain't sending this to anyone.
Yeah,
until this is right. So, and by the way, Satisfy hasn't always been perfect either. While their grips have worked well on Switch 1, they had that original partnership with Beat 'em Ups where they sold more grips than they actually made. And they were sending people the wrong grip. They weren't sending them the Beat 'em Ups grip. That's an issue that happened last time with Satisfy. But Satisfy did make it right by those people if they reached back out and talked to them. And I don't know if they fixed everyone's problems. I don't really know. Mike was one of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So, they never sent me anything at all. So they ignore my messages and everything. So they suck. They're dead to me.
They're dead to me. So that was an issue Satisfy had, but it wasn't with the quality of the product, and it wasn't with worrying about your Switch falling out. And it like the product worked. That wasn't the problem. It was just getting the right version of that product. So I appreciate Satisfy's approach that they wanted to wait and basically just let everyone else fuck up, and then we'll come out with the product that works. I kind of feel like they're probably going to get a lead in that premium market because of it, but we'll see. Like I said, D-brand's massive. I guarantee once all these fixes are out, they're going to do another round of marketing campaigns and try to get people to give faith in their brand. Genki literally told me today, I have no deals with them. So as far as I'm aware, unless I'm being told I can't talk about it, I'm going to talk about it. I was told directly by Genki today that, hey, so we can't compete with D-brand. Just straight up. So we can't compete with them. We can't pay you what they pay you. We can't fix problems as fast as they can. We can't afford the same mistakes that D-brand can afford, and we have major fuck ups. And
that's why I said it could be catastrophic.
Yeah. They're going to survive it for now, but there was like a heavy hint that like if the new version doesn't do well, there could be trouble brewing. So, and I don't want to have that happen, right? But I'm also not just going to promote products to keep them alive. That's not how that works. So, point is that I do think that they fucked up. D-brand, you fucked up. I don't care if you sponsor my channel. You fucked up. You fucked up with the lip. You fucked up with how you handled the initial response. You're doing right in the end, and that's what matters. Now, once you fuck up, ultimately, what's the solution? You're doing the right thing. And even maybe including extra things for other issues that people are having that are more user error than anything, but it doesn't matter. You're still giving them solutions anyways. That's good. Genki, you fucked up. You're doing the right thing. Satisfy, you fucked up last time. You didn't do right by Mike Odyssey, so he's done with you. Fuck off. But the point, just the general point is, the end response is correct. But yeah, they got greedy. Mike, do you have any additional thoughts on this? I know, like I never even owned a Satisfy grip. They sent me one at one point, that like the Tears of the Kingdom themed one. I'm like, this is cool. I used it for a day. It wasn't a dockable one, so I just stopped using it because
same thing with the BDMS one. It's not dockable, so I just didn't really use it anymore.
Yeah,
but working for Apple for all the time that I did, I started working before I went to corporate. I was a retail, and so I was part of a whole bunch of launches of iPhones, right? And whenever we tried to sell them a $1,000 phone, hey, you want a case with it? How much a case? $60. No, it's okay. I'll get it on Amazon. And so now I can say that because I don't work for Apple anymore. I'm like, sometimes I just recommend get on Amazon. Same exact thing. Just because it has an Apple logo behind it, just because it has a brand behind it, it doesn't make it more expensive. They all get it from the same place, And same thing with Switch. I mean, if I'm gonna get a screen protector, I'm not gonna spend $50 on a screen protector. I'll buy 2 for $10 on Amazon. When that one breaks, I'll buy another one. Same thing with cases. This is in my personal thing, right? I it's like when you see how the sausage is made. It's like, yeah, I don't want to participate on that anymore, right? And I knew where the cases came from Apple, right? And how much it costs to make sense. And then they sell them for $50-$60. I'm like, why? There's this other brand. I forgot the name of it. I can't care less about it. But it's the same thing. It costs cents to make. They try to make a profit and paint themselves. I'm like, you know what? Go to Amazon, get a case, and just slap it on there, right? And that's what you gotta do. That's my recommendation to everybody. Go to Amazon.com, look for Mike Odyssey, code Odyssey 10, and get your case from there. You're good to go.
By the way, my suggestion at the moment, and I don't care that I'm sponsored, unless you've already bought the product, don't buy any of these products until they are already out and people have verified the problems are there. So like D-Brand's promising a fix. Let's wait and see if the fix is good.
Right.
Enough people already own it that are going to get the fix that can verify independent of the YouTubers that got sponsored. I told D-Brand too as well, like the reason I don't, because I was going to run ads this week. I told him I don't think it's right to run ads until you get this fixed. And I need the fix on my end. I need to show people here's what the problem was. And now it's fixed, and now you can feel confident in buying it. I can't do that right now. Same to Genki. I can't. There's no deals happening until I know the product works.
I want to add something. I want to add something too, man, because obviously, if people are going to throw shade your way over this, I think this is worth mentioning. It wasn't too long ago that, we have a group chat for the podcast where we shoot the shit and talk about the show and stuff like that, where I jumped in and I was curious about Switch 2 accessories and recommendations from both Stash and from Prime. And I was asking about grips and cases and battery packs and getting recommendations from Prime about D-Brand and Genki and talking to me about the products that he's gotten to touch and see and experiment with. And if Prime knew ahead of time the issues that these products were going to have, there's no way in private chat, as a friend, as a co-host, that he'd be recommending these products to me. I think it's very clear. I just want to put that out there so people don't get the wrong idea about you talking about these products, because these are things that behind the curtains that you actually recommended to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I remember saying the only thing is I never got to put a Switch 2 in it, not even my mock. So I'm like, I don't know how it feels with it, but I felt good without it. And they have a good reputation. And D-Brand, people are going to be like, oh, but you did have this. Don't tell me you didn't know about that issue. I don't hold my Switch that way. I never even thought to hold it that way. And while I have kids, they touch this, they die. I'm just kidding. They don't actually die. But it's a pretty strict rule in my house. I need this for work. You touch this, we have a problem. So that being said, I did let my kids play it once at a baseball game, and they didn't have any problems. We know why? Because they were playing in split Joy-Con mode anyways. So like they didn't even have them attached in the first place.
We just got a great comment in chat from Wilberforce. Then it dawns on Gamebird, Prime is not his friend. So,
oh, it's funny too. I see people say like you should have reviewed it. I'm like, well, one, if I had reviewed this, my review would have been glowing.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be very clear. I like this. You know why my review would have been glowing? I would have never found that problem because I would have never even thought to hold my Switch 2 that way. Ever. Guess what? Before I put the case on here, I didn't hold my Switch 2 that way. The only thing I did when I got the Switch 2, the only thing I did was I went like this a little bit to see if it would come off. Like I just kind of like pulled on it a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it didn't. Okay, cool. Then I put this on. Oh, sorry. The way D-Brand says you're supposed to take it off and put it on.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure I install it correctly. You know, otherwise they might yell at me. No, I know the correct way to install it. And they're like, okay, look, I'm pulling and it's not coming off. That's the only thing I did with it without it. So like I would have never noticed this problem until I saw other people and what they were doing to get it to happen. So like that's my thing. Like this is why I don't review products. I'm not good at reviewing products. I would have did this, thought it was great, then took a sponsorship, and then people would have been all mad anyways. Because how did you not catch this, you corporate shill? I'm like, I don't fucking hold my console that way. So anyways, it is what it is. I still love it. I still haven't taken it off because I fucking love this thing. It ain't because they're paying me. I've already been paid. And I'm the one holding back the ads. And they know it. I told them, no ads until I get the replacement and I make sure this problem's gone. So, and I don't have the problem with the dock. My dock works fine. So I don't have the problem where like it doesn't connect or any of that stuff. So I don't have a lemon. All right. Eric, you got any thoughts on this? Obviously, you know, you might get caught into being a shill too because you're my best friend.
Of course.
But, you know.
Yeah.
What do you think?
No, it you guys have all said it. It's the ending result that matters. They are doing right. I mean, it seems like they may have gotten, like you said, the same type of dimensions and stuff like, or sample that you have where there's no gap, and that's what they designed it for. And, you know, it happens. And just so everybody understands, we're talking millimeters, if not fractions of millimeters.
Yeah. According to D-Brand, the ones like mine that have the problem are 0.12 millimeters too thick.
Yeah.
That's how tight the tolerances are on Switch 2. And if you fix that, the problem is essentially gone. And then they claim this other solution that they failed the first time mass manufacturing would actually make it so you could hold your system like this and literally just flop it like a fish and it won't come off. But I don't know if that solution is going to make it to mass manufacturing. I'm very curious.
Poor fish.
Right. So, I mean, it's no excuse. And I mean, I've worked in a manufacturing plant making adult diapers over a summer, and shit happens. I mean, we're constantly checking,
Literally.
You know, yeah, right. You know, we're constantly checking, you know, the product as it's coming along. You know, every so often you grab one off the line and you check it to make sure that you know, things are going right. And if it's not, you stop the line and you go back until you find the boxes that aren't, you know, that are good. And then you just kind of fix the problem and you go back and you keep going. It's so I'm not trying to make an excuse for these companies, but you know, stuff like this happens. You know, if you miss a small batch of like, you know, 100 things that went through, and the ones in the beginning and before it and after it are fine, and you just missed it. Sometimes it happens, you know, not intentionally, and I don't think these companies are putting these out there to break your switches intentionally. But, you know, what do I know? I'm just here.
It's a great point.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, it's the biggest thing I wanted to put out there is this is, we're not talking like, you know, massive, you know, margins. We're talking millimeters or fractions of millimeters, tiny things that you are just looking at it, you're not going to be able to tell.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have to like laser measure and like machine this thing to
Yep.
to actually be able to tell if it's the right thickness.
Yeah, if you go read that Dbrand post, guys, on the second method they want to use that they failed to mass manufacture the first time, they are making the tools for it right now, and it's taking weeks to even make the tool, and they're not even sure if it's going to work for mass manufacturing because they're not even going to attempt a mass run until July 10th to see if it works. And they explain how they do it. It's like every day making like micromillimeter shavings on the tool with lasers like 10,000 times a day just to even, and it just takes forever. Now Dbrand has the money to attempt to waste to make this happen. Genki doesn't have that kind of money. To give you an example, when all these issues broke down and Eddie was trying to deal with everything, he immediately stopped replying to people after like a day and flew to China. Why? Because they ain't got the money to fuck this up again. So he wants to be there personally overseeing the tool making. So, yeah. Dbrand, though, they can fuck around a little bit and try to make things work because they got the money for it. That said, as the private chat's just going crazy, let's get to the Q&A. Remember, guys, you super chat in your questions. We already have a bunch of questions and statements super chatted in. Some we featured during the show. But the very first thing we had come in, of course, bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, and NHL Hits.
Hell yeah.
Not by the usual.
Yeah.
Wasn't by the usual person this time, but it don't need to have it by the usual person. It just has to happen every week. Tradition.
Just for keeping the spirit alive.
Keep that spirit alive. That's right. Demonic Brawler comes in and says Pokemon Coliseum makes more sense to be dropped at the Pokemon Presents. I think the reason that it'll be at the Direct is it's already announced. That's the thing. It's like already pre-announced, and they announced it in a Direct.
Yeah. Also, I think we're probably going to be getting that Pokemon Stadium spiritual successor. That game that they teased already is a likely contender to see actual gameplay at this Pokemon Presents.
Yeah. So they could want to focus on that and just let Nintendo do the Shadow Drop. They'll be within a week of each other anyways if that Direct happens. And again, this assumes that Beat 'em Ups has good information. Give me a Pokemon Ranger game with mouse controls. Oh, dude, that would be cool. That would be cool, dude. I haven't played Pokemon Ranger in a long time.
What's Pokemon Ranger? It sounds so familiar, but I can't put a picture on it.
Well, maybe you should Google it. And you can put a literal picture.
Fair point.
I'm like, I could try to describe it to you, or you can literally just look up a picture of it. Anyways.
The internet.
Yeah, the internet will answer the question for you. Yeah, that reminds me of when people used to ask me that, and I'm like, dude, okay.
Oh, I do remember this.
Yeah. They'd be like, let me just go to that website. Let me Google it for you and send you the link. Yeah. It's a game where you drew on the screen with the stylus and everything to do like
remember this. Yeah.
It would be awesome with a mouse. Yeah. To be honest, guys, the mouse seems like a solution to almost every DS and 3DS port.
Yeah, it does.
Just
stick drift.
And stick drift.
Yeah, you don't hear too much about mouse optical drift. The lasers don't drift, guys. Sorry. Indie Mania and the Capcom Spotlight are both tomorrow. Yes, they are. Indie Mania's pre-show begins at 10:30 Central Time AM. Full show 11 a.m. Central Time. So there you guys go. I'll be live streaming it at 10. I'll do my little pre-show and get us going to get into it. I'm going to be in the show. I made the cut, guys. I wasn't sure if I was going to make the cut. I made the cut. I have no idea what the edit looks like, but I made the cut because I did something in my video that I'm like, I don't know if this is going to get in. I don't even know if this even fits. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Let's see what happens. So I made the cut. So we'll see what's up with that. No idea. Like a 3-hour show, including the pre-show. So you blink, you might miss me, but I won't miss me. I'll be there. And then, the Capcom Spotlight. I forgot what time the Capcom Spotlight is at.
Capcom Spotlight's at 3 Pacific time, and then the Arc System Works.
Oh, the Arc
Spotlight
System,
is at 6 Pacific time, and they should have a Switch 2 exclusive. There's a good chance they could appear.
Yeah.
So it should be exciting tomorrow. Tons of games tomorrow.
Yeah, I won't be able to stream the later two because I just got family stuff going on and a baseball game. But, we'll go over all that stuff. Probably my news video the next day. Anything related to the Switch and Switch 2. I'm hoping for some big announcements. I mean, I'll know the news because I'll be checking the news wire while I'm at the game and stuff. But hopefully we get some big announcements, guys. Let's see here. Red Dead Redemption 2 next gen upgrade for Switch 2. Yeah, that could be at the Direct. Absolutely.
Likely.
I expect it.
Totally possible.
Yeah, makes sense. We know they got dev kits. It's not even a question. So, Demonic Brawler. Again, Demonic Brawler just MVP in today. I wish I could find a great third-party Pro controller just like the 8-bit Do Ultimate, but has the Super Famicom colored buttons and a headset jack.
Amen.
Ooh, I don't know if there's one with a headset jack. There are some with the Famicom. I don't think about the headphone jack though. I don't think there's one.
I'm getting one sent this week. Hasn't come out yet by 8-bit Do. So just
I was gonna say 8-bit Do is gonna have an updated one for sure with a headphone.
Yeah, I just got a tracking number yesterday. So it's a Switch 2. It's not out yet, but just stay tuned.
Yeah, so we'll see.
Nice.
As I say, 8-bit Do will probably have a Switch 2 version with a jack. So, and probably
I'll take one. I like 8-bit Do.
Yeah.
Big fan.
8-bit Do made a controller as well.
I have it,
but it doesn't have a headphone jack.
You see it?
Yeah, I see the box. Yep.
Yeah, I love that.
That's the one. Yeah,
I have like 3 of their controllers. I got their keyboard.
Dude, the keyboard is sick, man. I love it.
There's a lot of stuff down there to review. A lot of controllers.
Hell yeah, love it.
Feel in control.
We got to remember, Stash is a reviewer over there. He's the all these companies that reach out to me. Talk to Stash. He reviews products.
That's the case. That's the Switch.
Dude, guys, have you seen this case?
Yeah.
Dude, do any of you own it?
I've seen pictures.
I wanted to order it, and it sold out, man. I didn't grab it when I first saw it.
It's a VHS, and
so
inside the
bad.
VHS is the.
There's the VHS tape.
Yeah.
It says,
Be kind, rewind.
just to remind, please rewind. Thanks, the end. And then you got the sticker on it. This is heavy too.
Yeah.
And then you lift it open.
That's sick. That's so sick.
So
I want that case so bad, man.
That is so cool.
I hope it comes back in stock. I don't know if it was a one and done thing.
That is so cool.
So cool.
I want that thing so bad. That's awesome. Demonic Brawler says, I play on a 1440p gaming monitor, but should I lower the resolution if I'm going to play a retro game? I heard higher resolutions make them look worse.
So I play I had the analog NT. This is $500 Nintendo, regular Nintendo, that actually plays them in full 1080p and the NES Classic Edition only plays them in 720p. I play mine as high as you can go. I've played retro games in other fashion as well, where I can play them at 4K, also 1440p. And I think they look great. It's all a matter of how you're doing it, if that makes sense. Like if you're playing NSO games on your 1440p monitor, there's no reason to lower the resolution on your monitor. It's fine. It all just depends on what you're doing, what your means are. Are you using the actual console? Are you doing something we can't talk about on a stream? You know what I mean? That kind of stuff.
There's also the nostalgia factor. If you're playing a retro game, some people like that TRT kind of vibe or the aspect ratio. And so
also the monitor,
man.
With monitors, you could change the resolution, right? So you can always just try 1080 and see if you think it looks better.
Yeah, and just monitor it. You know,
dude, it's gotta stop. It's gotta stop.
You're not monitoring Deacon Sandstorm now, are you?
No.
You made some.
No, not right now.
Whoa! Oh boy, you know watch.
Why? Just because we know, not right now.
I'm gonna watch the replay. I see.
I don't know what's going on.
I'm watching the replay on Friday. But not the replay. Mr. 3D Print Wizard. You don't see the latency in the game, but you do in menu because of power management sets the screen settings based on demand. They are wrong. The latency measurements were taken in game. Now, I think you're referring to a Modern Vintage Gamer did a latency test, but he did that. That latency test was specifically with the GameCube emulator, was what he was focused on. You notice there's some latency with the emulation. Don't know because I don't really play NSO stuff, and I turned on, even with the GameCube controller, I turned on Wind Waker like twice, and I'm sorry, I can't deal. Like, the GameCube controller was designed to go in those specific directions, right? That's why it's got that pattern. I can't handle characters that only move in those directions. It's just modern gaming has spoiled me. I can't. That being said, not all GameCube games are that way. Some GameCube games do have free movement, so it sucks for me because I'm such a big Zelda guy. And you know what game fixed it? Wind Waker HD.
There you go.
Another reason that I want Wind Waker HD to come back, because they fixed the controls. I can't go back. I just can't do it.
How's that Tingle content in Wind Waker HD?
It's fine.
Okay.
I collect those bottles. You know you want a bottle from me, buddy.
I do.
Dude, can you imagine though? Because like I didn't really have any buddies back then. Now we have this podcast show. Can you imagine the messages we would leave each other in those bottles?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It would be great. It would be dude, I wouldn't even play to beat the game. I'm just searching for bottles, man.
Open a bottle.
That's all I'm doing.
Bitch. What? God damn it.
That'd be amusing.
Yeah, Venata 712 will send me, hey, what's the ending to Ocarina of Time, bitch? God damn it.
Right?
Anyways, it was a neat thing. It just seemed to replace the actual quest, but whatever.
Right.
All right. Calypso Dawson says the biggest issue with HDR is there are 0 dimming zones. Yes, that affects HDR as well. Obviously, OLED is the best at that, but there are LCDs with local dimming zones and mini LEDs. Yeah, that can help as well, but it's still nits are required in order to maximize the differences between the darks and the lights. So, but yeah, local dimming zones obviously allows you to turn off, things, and OLEDs are the best at that because they can turn off per pixel.
Right.
All right. Demar Brawler says Splatoon 4 will offer game share. It'll be $80. I'm curious if it will. Because not every game does it.
Yeah,
I know Donkey Kong Bonanza is doing it, but it's not for like controlling Donkey Kong. So I'm very curious if game share will be a thing for Splatoon 4, or because remember, to use game share, you are basically streaming 2 versions of the game. You have the one on your system, and you're streaming it again to a second system. What that kind of tells me is that Donkey Kong Bonanza might not be using the full power of Switch 2. It's more of a Switch 1 game that they repurposed for Switch 2. And I think you're going to see that moving forward, that any game that takes full advantage of the power of Switch 2 won't be able to do game share. So I'm hoping Splatoon 4 is designed specifically for Switch 2 and wasn't a Switch 1 game. So that's why I don't think game share will be there.
Mm-hmm.
Could be wrong. We'll see with Splatoon Raiders. Maybe there's some multiplayer in that. We don't know yet. Or it's a roguelite. Exactly as Gamebird said.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. I threw a super chat in. This was just to get us to the good old 69 so I could crack a beer because I knew I was going to have to talk about my bias with D-Brand. Had to get some drinks in. Winged Man, $5 says, if we're not getting 3D Mario news until the anniversary celebration, what do you think will be the big surprise in this rumored upcoming direct? Well, Beat 'em Up says Animal Crossing, but what if it's not Animal Crossing? Then what would it be?
Fire Emblem.
Ooh, I like Fire Emblem, especially if it's like a 3 Houses style one, because that's the one that sold really well.
3 Houses. That's what I want. I feel like Engage was a big step down from 3 Houses. It feels like more like a celebration, but dude, enhance the tactical elements, give the social mechanics, put in some mouse mode for some great tactical RPG combat.
I think if it's not Animal Crossing, it'll be Ocarina of Time remake.
Oh, don't do that to me, Mike.
They have to wait till September.
I might try
because that's what I've been guessing for like a year.
I mean, it's not only for this year, for next year.
Yeah, I know. It's got to be something. He said it's got to be September.
Yeah.
That's all right. That's your guess. Eric?
Luigi's Mansion.
There we go. Fuck yeah.
That'd make me really happy.
I love Luigi's Mansion. So
Yeah.
Stash?
I'm not sure.
That was an odd answer from
You know
Stash.
what?
Like, I don't think I've ever heard him say
Well,
anything of the sort.
You know what? I'll go to limb. Star Fox. A new Star Fox game.
I have
Star Fox is
know,
in September as well.
my answers right
I have sources.
for your collaboration video, Gamebird.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
This
Yeah,
feeds
speaking of
directly
which-
into my answer.
I forgot about that. Thanks for reminding
Speaking of which, hold on. I've got to do some name drops because I haven't received. Well, so there is someone other than Stash. Stash has been in touch about it, and Rob from Rule of Two Review has been in touch. He's got a busy week, but I think he's on it. But I'm going to call a couple people out that I'm still waiting for. Sunbro Nation, I'm talking to you, and Josie Woe. What's going on? I'm waiting.
Wait,
Yeah.
I told Thunder Stash that I know how busy you are and I don't want to bug. And Stash is all, just tell him I already submitted mine, and then he'll be like, oh shit, I got to get mine to Gamebird immediately.
I had no idea he had already submitted it, so expect it tomorrow. I got to go back and read the message. Wait, what was I talking about again?
Son of a bitch.
All right. Here we go. God damn it, Stash, of course, you fucker. I told you, don't bug me. I like being bugged, all right? Look, I usually get bugged about dumb shit. This isn't dumb. I like to be bugged about things I actually want to do. Demonic Brawler. Calling it Luigi's Mansion 4 for October 30th. Damn. Dude, ZA and
Dragon Quest 1+2 HD's coming out October 30th.
Dude, that would be an insane month.
Yeah.
That would be, you're making me go broke. Maybe can we get it like November 1st instead? Give me a day.
Right. A couple days.
Pokemon fam. Have player essence on as well, Sandstorm. They're not going to do that because they don't want it to be like a tag team thing. But yeah. But not this. Not to minimize the issue, but literally every product that has existed has had issues. So does that mean you should never do ads for anything ever? There are some people that do think that YouTubers should never take on sponsors. That is an opinion some people have. You know, and often they say, hey, if you don't make enough money without sponsorships to do it for a living, then don't do it. I understand that sentiment. I disagree with it, but
So-
I'm a content creator, so
like the NBA, NFL, everything. No, no sponsors anywhere.
don't
for
mention that
anybody.
everything has sponsors. But I mean, you know, don't.
No
Eric,
sponsorship for
Good
anything.
point.
Anywhere.
Good point, Eric.
I mean, you are. You are a sponsor. Everybody's a sponsor. When you buy a ticket to watch a movie, you're sponsoring that movie by buying the ticket.
Here's what I think the answer is, and I think the tricky part is it's like the viewer, the consumer, the whatever is never actually going to know the answer to this. But I think you should only do sponsors as a moral obligation with products that you actually like or you think are cool or products that you use or would use. I think I don't think morally you should be sponsored by products that you think are absolute ass. Like I don't like milk, so I've turned down a milk sponsorship many times on my channel.
I get it.
Yeah,
I got a sponsorship offer for a sex doll on my channel.
Are you going to take it?
Was it good money?
I sent it straight to spam.
Did you click the link?
Wait a second. I recognize it. It was legit. I went to the website.
Whoa. You recognized it was a legit sex doll? Wait a second.
You have to do your research. Like you look at the email that sent it. You look at that website kind of extension to make sure that's not like a spam or whatever. I went to the website. Yeah, it's a Japanese website. They sell a whole bunch of junk stuff. I'm not even gonna say it. And
Okay, let me.
they had the new dolls.
He knows from
There's one
exploring.
important question. There's one important
It's a
question.
new doll you can put your Nintendo Switch on, and she's like with her legs wide open. And
Hold on. There's one important question.
Yeah.
Did you at least try the product?
Nah, nah.
Dude, you gotta send them my way because I gotta start planning for Eric's 40th in a few years. I gotta get this set up.
And PAX.
Oh, for PAX for sure, because he's the only one not bringing the lady. We'll make sure this one can go in the luggage.
Can you imagine being a TSA agent?
It's horrible.
What the fuck is this?
You would know your bag got his. Oh, they inspected my bag. What a shocker! Oh my god, they didn't even fully deflate it. They inflated. God, is it used? Did they use it?
Yeah, right.
It's creepy though because the dolls look like very real.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's the point. People want it to be real. The people that use them.
Sad.
Anyways, yeah, that see, we just heard that what Gamebird doesn't know is I've taken Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships in the past, and I hate Raid Shadow Legends. So now Gamebird hates me.
Dude, morals out the window.
Yep. I'm a shill. Corporate shill. Everyone says it.
You need to go to church, dude.
Everyone says it. The funny thing is, all my sponsorships I've had this year are actually like really cool products that I would use and do use, and I have used because I have them now. Like the next one I just agreed to today is a portable monitor. I'm like, well, I don't really need a third portable monitor, but I'll probably use it. Eric, you want a portable monitor? I'll give you one now because
yeah, actually,
So, anyways, that's the thing. Like, it is a product I will use it. I just happen to already buy two this year, but whatever.
They're good. I mean, I have 3 of them by sponsorship, and I'm using them all.
But that's the thing. I look at it like this: when you have a normal job, right? Because people have normal jobs, right? Do you have to do things at work you don't like to make sure you make your paycheck?
That's right.
No.
Never?
No, I'm kidding. Obviously.
Okay. So like this is my job. So like because it's my job, sometimes you got to do things you don't like. Now, I'm not saying that I want to shill fucking shit ass products. Like when I did Raid Shadow Legends, it wasn't my job. It was me hoping I could make it my job. And let me tell you, that Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship did not make it my job. It didn't work. It didn't work. And they were horrible to work for. I'm sorry, Raid Shadow Legends. You made me do 72 edits.
Wow.
I never want to work with you again.
I'll be honest, man.
Ugh.
When I click on a YouTube video and there's an iOS game as a sponsor in the beginning of the video, that's a huge red flag for me. So I think it's stick with the products, like actual tangible products.
So I'm a big red flag for you. Got it. I've made mistakes in the past, okay? Now
it's all good.
I'm big time, and now the real companies want to work with me like D-Brand. Wait, fuck!
Yeah. Listen, you made a deal with the devil, but now you've changed, man. You've seen the light. I respect that. Listen, man, there are companies I would love to be. I have 0 sponsors, obviously.
Yeah.
But man, I have an addiction to liquid death, like sparkling water. I go through so much sparkling water. I drink that mango chainsaw, liquid death, LaCroix too. I'd take almost any sparkling water sponsorship, and I will talk about it all day. I'll drink it every podcast, every Gamebird video.
I had one for a while. Remember Poppy drinks? The Poppy one?
That was the healthy soda.
Yeah, I had that one.
You know what? I'll start reaching out to some of these companies, Gamebird. We'll get the cast sponsored. I've been trying to get a sponsor by Gamer Sups.
Oh God,
it's so good.
Yeah, it is.
I've never had that.
If they're at PAX West, you're in for a treat.
Is that like the powder that you put in?
Yeah,
the drinker. Okay,
but it's actually a good tasting one.
Does it work? Does it wake you up? Does it get you alert?
Well, not all of them are all of them are that.
I think all of them have a caffeine and a non-caffeinated option.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
But they give you such small portions at these events that you can't tell.
Unless you're someone who doesn't have caffeine, then it'll probably wake you up.
The only time I was ever able to tell anything was when Razer gave out their stuff because they gave you the full pack.
Oh my God. Yeah, Razer gives you the full fucking packet. You put it in, you get a fucking giant glass of it, you drink it all, you're wired.
Oh yeah.
You're fucking wired.
And then they were handing out boxes at the. We each took a box of it home.
Dude, a case,
Yeah, a full-on case. Yeah,
that shit lasted years. It was.
yeah.
By the way, that's another one I really like. That one, but that one's really expensive. So, all right, lovable idiot. Those policies exist in this economy. Wow, I think talking about the open box can't return policy. Yeah, you'd be surprised, man. Some companies don't have any return policies. It's crazy. I don't even know if that's legal. Probably is. I have no clue. Demonic Brawler. Y'all remember when Prime said, "I'm not stupid"? I think they're talking about like I said this on a live stream when this first popped up, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm not stupid. I don't hold the fucking console by one fucking joint.
Oh yeah.
You know, but
That was good.
But also it's like, yeah, but as Gamer said, it's not about me. Other people will. Children will. You know, does that make them stupid? Probably not.
No.
But it's still one of those that like I literally would have never noticed this problem. And the funny thing is, I just did it and it didn't fall. So I don't even know what's going on right now. I just showed this happening and now it's not happening. See, D-Brad, this is the problem. It doesn't always happen. God damn it. I'm trying to shit on your company and it's not working. It's backfiring. Anyways, don't worry. I still think it's a good product, D-Brad. Don't get too mad at me, all right? Yeah, I'm suckling up to the teat. If you fix it proper, I want to re-up. Double the pay for the hassle. Taker 610. Way back when I watched Transformers on HD DVD on a 720p Vizio, and man, did it look strange. Almost as if the effects were still at 480p or something. Yeah.
I love that Taker bought the HD DVD.
Yeah.
You went the HD DVD route.
That's pretty cool. That's
Yeah,
pretty
man.
cool.
The wrong technology.
Those are rare.
Yeah.
But you know, I don't blame you. Microsoft was pushing it. So you think, oh yeah, they're a big company. This would be a big deal. It didn't work out.
Yeah.
Blu-ray
That
was
quick.
quick, and there were many reasons, and that might be one of the reasons.
What was PSP? What was it? UMDs?
UMDs, yep.
UMDs, yeah.
They used
I
to
have the
release movies
Labyrinth
on that. Labyrinth?
Yeah, I have the Labyrinth on UMD. Yeah,
I have it on 4K. I got the Steelbook.
that's awesome. Yeah,
I'm
I have a
big fan
buddy.
of Labyrinth.
I have a buddy. I actually never owned the PSP, but I have a ton of PSP stuff. I have but I think I mentioned him on the podcast. He works at Insomniac, and he randomly hit me up one day with pictures from his garage. He was moving to a new part in LA. He's like, "Hey man, I'm cleaning out the garage. I've got 6 huge boxes of video games and consoles." He's like, "I feel like you would appreciate this stuff. Do you want them?" And I was like, "Yes." So, tons of them are still in my garage because I don't have any place for it. But just like tons.
Just say you can store them up here on the mountain.
I have like I know I have like 4 games. I have like a special Game Gear that had like a limited release that's pretty cool.
Really?
Yeah.
In the box in your garage?
The Game Gear? No, it's in here on one of the shelves.
I was gonna say you left that in the garage for the rats. What's wrong with you?
No, it's like airtight sealed in the garage and in good care.
You have
But,
kids.
yeah, no, tons of stuff. I do have kids. They don't mess with it though. Although my youngest gets like he always, I've got my Super Nintendo from childhood plugged in back there, and he gets excited about like trying out the games that I used to play growing up and stuff like that. So
Cool.
it's pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. And that's it. We have no more super chatted questions. And so let's go around the room, let people know what we got going on, where they can find us, and the fuck out of here, man. I got a stream tomorrow. Mike,
Oh, yeah.
I'll start with you.
Mm-hmm.
What? All right. So thank you guys so much for having me. Thank you guys so much for
He
having me.
sounds drunk. It's great. I love when Mike's tired.
So you can find me at the Odyssey Monday through Friday. Well, I haven't been uploading this week or the last week because Indie it's crazy, insane. And so I'll go back to almost a new normal. I want to call it that, a new normal after Indie Mania. Take a day out, another day off, and then after Indie Mania, I'll go back to new normal, new content. Doing a channel rebrand, completely rebrand from the ground up. I'll probably change my name too. maybe Big Mike or something like that. So tomorrow at 7, not 7, that's too early. At 11:30 at 11:30 p.m. East, not p.m. That's a.m. Eastern time. We have Indie Mania. That's the pre-show. Starts at 11:30. Show starts at 12 noon, and you can catch there myself, the Great Stash, and Paul, the Force Gale Network will also be there as well. So we start the pre-show and giveaways start at 11:30. So if you want to participate in the giveaways that we have on the show, which are very, very good, then you have to be there at 11:30 so you know how to enter. Throughout the show will just continue and end, and that's it. So the pre-show will have we'll have interviews with Way Forward. We also have from RetroWare, a really great interview by Mr. Stash over here that you're gonna catch tomorrow. And then of course we'll start the show at 12 noon with over 100 trailers from developers from all over the place. Amazing games you've probably never seen in your life, and I was shocked to have these developers approach the show and say, hey, I want to be part of the show. We were rejected by this big show. We were rejected by this one. And when I saw the trailer, I was like, what the heck? You know, a lot of them can't even afford because other shows are actually. I just found out that the one show I thought was free is not free. They charge for entry, so they can't afford to that. And so,
are you allowed to reveal what show that is? No. Okay. I was just curious.
I can tell you behind the scenes. Yeah,
sure. Okay,
but yeah. So we have amazing developers all stages. I know how they boast at the Game Awards. This developer is just one person. Well, half of our developers are just one person. You know what I mean? So you'll be amazed about how one developer could create crazy worlds there. I know Stash and I did half of the curating at the beginning, so he knows about a lot of the really good games that made it to the show. And there's even games there that surprised the Stash too, like that just came towards the end, and we just let him in. So it's gonna be a great show. Indie Mania Year 2, the sequel, starts tomorrow at 11:30. Of course, you can watch it here at Nintendo Prime. Of course, you want to catch your very own Ninty Prime in the show. You have to stick through because he's in there. He's in there. He's in there. We also have Kid and Krista. Yeah, we also have other co-hosts that we have here. Kid and Krista, also presenters on the show. They did a good job on their presentation too. We also have the Slow Burn podcast as well. The entire Slow Burn podcast is with us on the show. They have their own little cozy section in the game, in the shows. They'll be introducing all the cozy games there. So we do have horror if you like horror. We have action if you have action. We have a little bit of everything. So it's gonna be fun. Indie Mania Year 2 tomorrow, and of course, the Indie Mania Game of the Year award, the first of its kind in the gaming industry. I saw a lot of outlets cover it today just because of the belt. It's an actual, real, live championship belt that is to be giving away to a Game of the Year award recipient from this show. This first title will be awarded to one of the developers in this show, and it is up to you to vote for that developer. Once you have that game has come out, you played it, we'll release another mini pre-recorded show so you guys can stay tuned, and then we'll basically announce when the voting begins, and then we'll have another show for that at a future date. So yeah, that's the whole thing.
That's the spiel.
Yeah. So yeah. It's
Mr. Spice Lord.
Yeah, I don't have anything like that at all. I'm just here and on our Clips channel, so I don't have this big elaborate outro.
There you go.
Yeah,
you are the big elaborate outro.
You're the reason everyone shows up.
Yeah,
I've been told you're the hottie on the show. So
I read that too.
I mean, to be fair, you see this? Taken. Available.
There you go. Hey, chat right now.
Just saying, get the socks ready. Make sure there's eyeballs on him. It's a requirement to even have a conversation with him. Gamer.
Oh boy.
Gamer.
Oh, man. You could have spun that so many ways. Anyways, what is up? Gamebird here, the legend. I've got a video that dropped today. Ruffy in the Riverside. It's my first game review ever. But guess what? Stash also put out a Ruffy in the Riverside review.
You both beat me to it.
And I recommend everyone watch both our reviews, but in the order of release. Watch Stash's first. He uploaded first. And then when you're done watching that, come check out mine. That way you have two people telling you how rad this game actually is. On top of that, I have a collaborative video in the works. It's going to feature Prime. Hopefully, we'll find out. We'll see if he sends anything in. It'll be featuring Thunderstash, Sunbro Nation, Josie Woe, and Rob from Rule of Two Review. And yeah, that's what's going on right now. Oh, and I also did a video with a discussion with Angry Vigilante. Huge fan of the Nintenbyte Podcast, mega Gamebird Classic fan. So definitely check that out if you guys are interested in that.
Do you know if he's bought any merch yet?
I don't know that. I will ask him though, or I'll send him a shirt.
There you go.
I think his birthday is coming up. Last thing, my channel's Gamebird Classic. It's here on YouTube.
You guys know his birthday is coming up. You really are best friends.
Yeah. No, I'm invited.
Okay. Damn.
Stash man. Balls in your court, baby.
All right. Yeah, so check out my video. Check out my review for Ruffy in the Riverside. Again, if you enjoyed games from Rare, the Rareware days of N64, Banjo-Kazooie, DK, Conquer, there's a lot to love there. I really, really enjoyed the game. But go check it out. I'll talk more in detail about it in the review. I got the collab, yes, with Gamebird, and I'm excited for that. I'm working on an accessory, quite a few accessory videos. I have stacks of this stuff, which is exciting. One of them is, I'll just say a different way to view your Switch 2 games. I'll leave it
Do you wear
purposely vague.
Oh, I know what it is. I know exactly what it is.
Do you wear
we'll
it?
We'll have to talk off stream.
We'll talk off stream. Yeah, I'm not going to spoil anything for anyone.
All right.
Extreme Rate. I'm an affiliate with them now, and they sent me a bunch of stuff to do a custom build on my original Switch, my OLED, and I'm excited to do that because this is a really good one for me to practice on. Because the Switch 2 ones are in development, they haven't released it yet until it's perfect. So they're like, let us send this to you in the meantime. That way you can just kind of get an idea of how it goes, get used to it. So I'm going to do a custom build on my Switch 1 OLED that I'll do a video on, and then kind of go over what's to come with Switch 2. I got a bunch of details from them. I do have a Genki video to do. I have 3 products from them to review. Nixie, I have a Switch 2 controller that's coming out July 7th that I should have in a week. Review on that. And then I have a very interesting battery solution for the Switch 2 that I'll be doing a video on. It's going to be a mod, but it's something that anybody can do. So that should be pretty cool. And then I think it's time for some more video game reviews. So lots of stuff going on. Very excited. And then, of course, tomorrow, yes, Indie Mania. I will be up early. I'm going to be going to bed right after this.
Yeah, me too.
My shirt's ready. It's already ironed. The clothes are laid out for tomorrow. All I need to do is wake up, shower, and drink some coffee, and then it's game time. So I'm excited. A lot of games tomorrow. Please come watch it. Support us. Support the indie developers. And that's it, man. It's probably my longest outro in a long time.
Yes, it is.
I'll be watching Indie Mania while I work. So
there you go.
I'll be listening and looking over at the monitor whenever I get the opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
All right.
And I'm sorry, just to answer a question. Yes, the main the Indie Mania YouTube channel will have an upload right after the show goes live, but the main channel streaming it is the Mike Odyssey channel. So it'll be uploaded after the show on the Indie Mania channel. That channel still doesn't have the capabilities of live streaming yet. So it'll be uploaded there.
All right. Well, I'm Nintendo Prime. You know what's up? Daily news videos. Tomorrow is going to be a bit of a weird one. I hope to get a news video out tomorrow, but it's kind of a weird day because we do have Indie Mania. It eats up a huge chunk of my day, and then my son has a baseball game. So whether I can get something out in between Indie Mania and then we'll see. Because by the time it gets done, I probably got to start being like, hey, isn't it time for dinner? I got to figure this shit out. So that being said, I want to let people know I'll be streaming Indie Mania. I'm an official co-streamer, so you can catch it right here. Catch it at Mike Odyssey. You can catch it at Stash. You can catch it a bunch of different content creators that'll be streaming it. Happy to hear that some outlets picked it up today, even if it was because of the championship belt. Hey, it's whatever. Come support the indie developers because to me, that's what it's really all about. It's about the indie developers, about showing support to them. Games like Ruffy and the Riverside are the sort of games that I wouldn't have heard about if it wasn't for shows like Indie Mania. So that's the kind of stuff, the 100 games or whatever, 100 plus games being shown. Yeah, maybe 90 of them aren't for you, but you might find 10 that you would have never known about if it wasn't for this show. And those 10 might end up being some of your favorites. So, tune in. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really happy to hear the Slow Burn podcast is doing all the cozy ones. Those guys are awesome. We met them all at PAX East. We already knew Nintendo Talk. We met him before, but it was cool to meet the whole crew.
You're right.
You got pictures of them and everything. It's awesome. And they all signed. Not this. Where is it? What did I do with it? Oh yeah. They all signed this bad boy. That's what all these signatures came from, was from PAX East. I was like, do I take this to PAX West too? I'm like, what are they going to sign on?
You're right. Where are they going to sign? The screen doesn't sign too well.
I gotta find one of those cases that doesn't work with Switch 2, but works with this, and then make them sign those cases.
There you go.
Stash, do you have any of those cases that don't work with Switch 2? Get someone to bring one. I don't have one. All of mine technically work with Switch 2. Even though one of them is just barely, and it's not one I've suggested. People are, I'm like, no, I don't grab the one that barely fits because I can't suggest it. That said, and no, it's never appeared in any of my videos. It was just a company who sent it to me, unprompted.
Real quick update on your tweet. It's been 2 hours, 35 likes, 11 comments, 1 retweet.
Okay, so like that's to the latest IGN tweet. Let's compare. Can I beat a 10 million follower channel with their latest tweet 16 minutes ago? Well, let's go. We said 2 hours.
2 hours.
I beat the 16-minute ago one.
Well, yeah.
Let's find a 2-hour-old tweet.
I want to shout out a comment.
Likes
10,000 nudes.
Damn
he
it.
says, please have JRPGs at Indie Mania, and I agree. I know that.
Tune in. You'll be.
I will be
quite
Michael.
excited, and I can say that you'll be excited. You'll be excited. Should be excited.
Oh.
Wait, what are you talking about, gamer? What are you saying? I heard JRPG. That's all I heard.
No, yeah, I want JRPGs. There was a direct not that long ago. I think it was right before Switch 2 came out, called like Indie Quest or something like that.
Yeah.
And it was like all JRPG indies. And some of those games look so cool. And I was like, man, because I want to start getting into like at least some reviews.
Yeah.
But if I could really pick the games that I'd love to review, obviously stuff like Ruffy that harkens back to the golden age of 3D platformers.
Yep.
But the other is throwbacks to Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy VI and Secret of Mana and those games that really
we have all that.
Sorry. I'm just saying, if that stuff's there, I'm like, I'm your audience.
You're mentioning Chrono Trigger, and I already have a game that's exactly like that in mind from the
beautiful.
show.
I'll be watching.
Yeah, but that's a good thing. We have this show is actually bigger than last year. Believe it or not, I know last year we did three days. This year we're doing just 1 day, but the developers came to us. We didn't go to them this time, but the quantity and quality of games are just. You'll see. Nate stream. You guys saw the one last year. This year is just Crazy. You'll see.
All right.
Yeah.
So we want to get back to our tweet business.
Yeah.
How many do I have now?
So you're 2 hours ago, 11 comments, 2 retweets, 41 likes, and 2.1K impressions.
Okay.
Or views.
Okay. So IGN 2 hours ago, 31K impressions on this Bill Blocks one. They have 31K.
31K. I thought I was reading 3K.
Off of the 31K, they only have 47 likes.
Yep.
And 4 comments.
And 4
so
retweets.
you know what? They have 10 million followers. I'll take that as a dub.
Yeah.
I have 40,000.
Yeah.
I'll take that. That seems like a dub to me.
Yeah.
I didn't quite outdo them on the likes, but that's got to be a dub. They got 10 million.
Well, I mean,
I got 40K. And my tweet
Yeah, but here's the thing, Nate. Your tweet might actually be an evergreen tweet. Let's wait and see.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Check tomorrow morning.
Let's do the evergreen check. Let's
Yeah.
check tomorrow.
Oh my God, guys! I'll tweet in the morning which one won.
But also in 10% of the impressions.
Yeah. Way less impressions, way more engagement, baby.
From my vantage point, I thought it said 3,000. And then you said 31. I went, wait a minute. What?
Yep.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's 31. What the hell? I thought I saw 3. So
my engagement levels are significantly higher,
10%,
baby.
10% of the
IGN, you could suck it. You don't know what you're doing on Twitter. Your engagement farming is failing. Anyways, all right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be back next week. You can catch the podcast everywhere podcasts are heard audio-wise. I've been very good about getting those audio episodes up. Clips channel as well. Finally got back to putting clips. I don't know why I didn't realize that there were more clips to post. I'm just an idiot. So there was like a week where no clips got posted. I started putting up clips again today. So clips are going back up. Everything's going good. Everything's running smooth. And as a nice reminder, as I got to always do this until it happens, the whole crew is going to PAX West. So if you want a chance to meet the Nintenbyte Podcast crew and you happen to live out in that Washington area, the Seattle area, come on out to PAX West, baby. Also, there is an opportunity, a potential chance I might be giving away 4-day passes for that sumbitch. So stay tuned. We're still working out the details on that. But so if you happen to live out there and you can't afford to go, hey, I might be able to help you out a little bit. So we'll see what happens. That being said, we're going to be there. I am Nintendo Prime. And all I got really going on is I got the Indie Mania tomorrow stream. I got my reaction stream to the Shadow Fox Infinite versus Angry Vigilante stream on Friday. Otherwise, my news videos. So you guys know what's up. Catch you later. Peace out.
Good night.
Miss time.
Now